Good afternoon, wrestling fans. We are live at the Watertown Civic Arena with the Watertown Girls Invitational second annual tournament. And we are going to go in a four-mat setup here for broadcasting today. My name is Brian DeYoung. I'll be doing the commentating. And I will go to almost every mat that I can. The upper left on your screen is mat 1. Oh, there, and we have those listed on there. 2, 4 in the lower right, and then 3 on the lower left. So anyway, on mat 3, we'll try to keep folks up to date. That Shoal of Sioux Falls Lincoln and Boschek of Clark Willow Lake. And on mat 1, Bendenwall, Aberdeen Central, Johnson from Kingsbury. On mat 2, Jurdy from Clark Willow Lake versus Oyala Rowe of Huron. And on mat 4, there we go, LeBeau of Miller Highmore Herald against Tacony from Brookings. And right there, there's a fall there on mat 3, I believe for the Brookings athlete. So we are jumping quick here today. Last year, I remember we started this tournament at 5 o'clock, and there's going to be a wrist and armbar turn, or wrist and half turn there on mat 3 for Boschek there of Clark Willow Lake, currently with the upper hand. No score on mat 1 yet. And there's a pinfall on mat 3. So Boschek getting the win there. No score on mat 1 yet, 0-0. That's Kingsbury County and Aberdeen Central. And on mat 2, there is a pin there. So welcome aboard. Lots to talk about this year. The season started last night in earnest for the Arrows down at Beersford, Alcester, Hudson. And the tournament just keeps rolling here. Win on mat 4 for, it's hard to say which athlete. They have these, while the listings are all there, it's a little bit difficult for the old announcer to keep everything straight. So, and likable uniforms on the as well. So, of course, girls wrestling getting their start, becoming a sanctioned sport in 2020-2021 school year. And this year, as a little bit of a change, is in years past they've had 12 weight classes. Now there are 14. So an additional 2 classes, so more room for more athletes, that's what I say. So 1-0 there on mat 1. Kingsbury County Johnson with that lead, with the escape. Today, of the 11 champions, or excuse me, 12 champions last year crowned, we have 8 state champions and the returning state champs in the building here tonight. So real exciting matches. Outside of them, 23 other state place winners from last year. So lots of good action, lots of good athletes here. All right, mat 3, we have a 3-0 lead. And on mat 3, there was a pin on mat 4. There's 3-0 there on mat 1. The Aberdeen Central wrestler Bendenwall with a nice lift and pinning combination. And she gets the pin at 22 seconds to go in the second period. So nice win for her. Over on mat 2, that is Warzeka and Alia Ra of Millbank. And I believe Wareka is in the top position there. And there's a pinfall for her. So All right, mat 3 has Lindsay of Watertown versus a wrestler Dick from Sioux Falls Lincoln, and Dick gets a headlock and takedown and having back points counted. On mat 4, directly in front of us, it's She of Huron versus Comas from Madison, and that match ended by fall with the wrestler from Madison getting the win. So. All right, moving on. And mat 2 over there, it is Wagner of Sioux Valley versus Sanchez from Madison. Mat 4, Law from Huron, Gibson from Tri-Valley. On mat 1, it's now Jurdy of Clark Willow Lake and Oyola Rowe of Huron. And on mat 3, just for summing up, Speck from Pierre versus Sosi from Lincoln. So Speck with the takedown on mat 3. And has a almost turd on an armbar wrist combination. And Tosi able to work her way out of that, at least currently. So down here on mat 4, Tri-Valley wrestler getting a turn, but off the mat. No change there, so still 2-0, excuse me, 3-0. That's with that takedowns now, not 2-0, 3-0. That change in rule from last year. And Gibson continues to lead here on mat 4. Mat 3, new match starting there. We Mays of Webster versus Vardsveen of Madison. And mat 4 catches the athlete from Tri-Valley, Gibson, with the win by pin. No score on mat 1, Jurdy and Orola. And mat 2, still 0-0. No, I take that back. On mat 2, it is 7-0. Sanchez from Madison with the lead. Mat 3, pinfall. That was a match between Mays and Vardsveen, and the athlete, I'm trying to catch a uniform because Madison and Milbank look very similar alike. And I'm going to venture that the Madison wrestler won that one. At least I hope I'm correct on that. So already about a dozen matches in the can already tonight. Excellent crowd here on a Friday afternoon. Glad that people could find their way here. Come on down. We'll have wrestling, I bet, easily till 8 o'clock tonight, if not better. So do yourself a favor. Come on down, support some student athletes, and have yourself some fun too. Girls wrestling, probably the fastest sport. Between that and flag football are the two fastest sports, both with females involved in America today. And very exciting stuff. Here on mat 4, Vi Anderson of Watertown versus Swartzen of Miller Highmore Herald, and there is a cradle right there. This match at 105 on mat 4 with Anderson from the Arrows. Mat 3, 3-1 Rebels ahead there. Mat 2. That is Ketwig of Canton and Quinbla of Sioux Falls Roosevelt. The Canton wrestler having the upper hand right now. And on mat 1, still Jergy and Oyora Rowe. And that's 4-0 for Jerdy. So that's second period action there. And Anderson wins by technical fall on mat 4. So she'll get a nice win on the day to start the invitation. Again, the Watertown invite here is kind of the, I'd say, the main first tournament of the year, at least in the girls division. Tomorrow they'll have the Marshall duels here. I think that starts approximately 9 o'clock. So come on out and watch that as well. All right, mat 4, Liza Kruger of Groton. I believe she is a returning state champ versus Romero from Millbank. And I don't have to know. I know that Liza is a returning state champ. She also wrestled this not that long ago at some other national tournaments over the summertime as well. Liza last year, 46-2 on her way to the state tournament. She wrestled in the Scholastic Duels in June. AAU Scholastic Duels. So we'll talk more about her as the evening progresses. There on mat 1, looks like Jerdy from Clark Willow Lake getting the, oh, not quite, still wrestling. Third period there. 7-0, Jerdy with the lead. On mat 3 over here, Konich of McCook Central Montrose versus Latchman of Marion Freeman. And with the front headlock, that scores 8-4 and now 8-6 with that reversal. So we'll kind of concentrate on that. Oh, full Nelson situation, so that's going to be a penalty point. Awarded to Marion Freeman. And so 9-6 now. Of course, no change in position. Kosnick still on top. So we're going to concentrate on that one. Another clasping hand situation. And reversal for the Marion Freeman wrestler. So that's going to be 2 reversal plus the penalty point. And that'll make that match 11-6. And that'll end in pinfall. So Latchman getting the win there on mat 3. Turning our attention to mat 1. Again, Jerdy and Oyola Rowe still going on off the mat. Mat 4, Fisher of Pier and Sa from Huron. I think that's Charlie Sa from Huron, 7th last year at 107 pounds. She's 36-11 last year, so quality athlete there. And there she had a very nice arm throw by into a single leg. We'll see if she can finish here on mat 4. Lower left of your screen. Still hanging on the edge, and there's a lift and return, and 3 points for the takedown. So well done there. Jerdy with another takedown on mat 1. And now leads 10-0. On mat 2, new action there. Eustace of Ortonville, that'd be Minnesota, versus Fuller from Ipswich, I think we have about 17 teams here today for the invite. That's Ipswich and Leola. Let's keep that in there. And the Ipswich and Leola wrestler, Fuller, getting a quick takedown and backers right here. So, and that's going to be a pinfall. So nice start for her season. Down here on mat 3, 3-1. Seo from Lincoln, Sioux Falls Lincoln over Frankfurt of Clark Willow Lake. So Sa down here on mat 4 with the pinning combination, albeit a rollout and reversal. So that score quickly moved from 5-0 to 5-2 and a cradle for Fisher. So, all right, no change there. So good action right down there on mat 4. Sa gonna take down. And Fisher, we caution Fisher. This is on mat 4. We're concentrating a little of our time on. Mat 1, new action there. Caven of Pierre versus Walker of Sioux Falls, Washington. On mat 3, Clark Willow Lake is wrestling Sioux Falls Lincoln. Mat 3, that would be Phil Frankfurt versus Seo, and that's a good match. 4-3 right now. Seo with the lead. And Sa with a headlock on mat 4. Mat 1, no score there. First period action, and there Sa gets the fall. That match was 7-2 score-wise. Nice double leg shot by the Caven from Pierre. Fought off nicely from Walker. And no change there on mat 1. So mat 2, Moss from Aberdeen versus Opsal of Ipswich Leola. All right, still no change on mat 1. Still no score through the first period. Mat 2 with new action there. That will be Zuki of Sioux Falls Roosevelt versus Long of Sioux Falls, Washington. So our first look at a Sioux Falls Roosevelt athlete. Mat 4, Field of Sioux Valley versus Boshek of Clark Willow Lake. So hopefully that Boshek just didn't. There was a wrestler named Boshek just a bit ago that was wrestling too. This is at 115 on mat 4, so I should get a little bit in the habit of doing the shout out for the weights. And takedown to near fall points for Boshek on mat 4. Mat 1, both athletes starting on their feet again. Caven and Walker, no score there. Pierre versus Sioux Falls, Washington matchup. Mat 3 has Schaefer of Miller Highmore Herald versus Rosted of Sioux Falls, Washington. And mat 2, Zuki and Long. There is a takedown by Zuki to jump on the early lead. Glad to have you along here on Aero TV, Watertown Invitational Wrestling. Like I said earlier, 8 state champs here today, 23 other state place winners. Good stuff, lots of intensity here. And one thing about early season wrestling, everybody's fresh. Everybody's got good bounce in their legs, and they just want to get out and compete some. So, cradle here on mat 3 with Schaefer and Rosted. And Schaefer with the 3-point or the 4-point near fall. That'll make that match 7-0 with Schaefer in the lead. On mat 2, mat 2, Long of Sioux Falls, Washington got a reversal on Lukey and was able to get the pinfall. So she gets a win there. Still on mat 2, no score between Caven and Walker. Although there's almost 2 points, not quite. Not quite. There is 2 points right there, excuse me, 3-point takedown. Nothing more, and 2. We'll see how this goes here. The referee, he was swinging his arm, and he's going to give 2 near falls, so that'll get the lead to 5-0 in favor of Caven of Pierre. So last period, we'll kind of concentrate our efforts on that match. Caven starting on top. On mat 4, Field of Sioux Valley, Bosek of Clark Willow Lake. Bosek with another with a takedown there. That'll make that score 14-1. No change. And there's a reversal for Caven, so that'll up her lead to 7-2 and back points. Not so. Referee, no signal for back points there. So a quick turn, but not enough time not enough exposure to earn any backers. Minute 10 to go in that match there on mat 1. There's a 3-point takedown on mat 2. That's DeYoung of Kingsbury versus McGaw of Huron. And DeYoung of Kingsbury County right now with in a pinning combination against her opponent. So still no change down there. Oh, and there's some back points there for Caven and a pinfall. So a third period pin for Caven. Very good effort from both athletes there on mat 1. So mat 4, Tessman of Ortonville versus Luna San of Millbank. Is that right? Let me see here. Tessman, Ortonville. That's what it says. I'm not quite. I'll have to get a better look at both uniforms. Oh yeah, there we go. Yep, the Ortonville wrestler with the takedown, but had a penalty point for clasping hands. And referee Sutton giving the athletes some clarification on that. So 3-1, Ortonville wrestler Tessman with the lead. Over there on mat 3, Schaefer still continues to lead on Rosted. Mat 2. Good match over there, 7-6 right now. See if I can't get you an armband. McGaw from Huron with the lead. So we'll keep our eyes over there. McGaw going for a near side cradle, and she has it hooked up, and slight flip, but not enough flip. Short time though, less than 2 seconds to go in this match, so, or in the period. And we've got more wrestling to go over there, so still 7-6. DeYoung bound by 1. So we'll keep our eye on that one. Mat 1, new action there at 105. A Chick of Washington versus Gay of Huron. Now some of these names are likely shortened in a number of situations. There's only so many characters on the scoreboard, and after a while it just shuts down. So I will do the best I can to get full and correct pronunciations in. Housekeeping things aside, back there on mat 2, that'd be in your upper right of your screen. DeYoung trying to get a far side cradle. Or a cross-face cradle. And she loaded it up, and no points yet. Kind of an almost turn. And there's referee Bierschbach getting 2 counts. There's 3. And there'll be back points earned. That will give DeYoung back the lead. 1:05 to go in the match. And that's 4, so that'll be 10-7. And McGaw with the face, and she'll be up, and there'll be a 1-point escape, so it'll be 10-8 now. 45 seconds to go. Mat 2. Down here on mat 4, Aberdeen Central and Tessman. No, mat 3, forgive me, mat 3. Ortega from Canton, Waldo from Aberdeen. And there's a headlock for DeYoung, and that's a pretty good headlock right there. 19 seconds to go. And Kingsbury County looks to pick up the win there over the Huron athletes. So good even match there. Even back on mat 1, no score after 1 period there. On mat 2, or excuse me, mat 4, Tessman of Ortonville continues to lead 14-8. And on mat 3, Ortega of Canton just picked up a first takedown, so that'll be 3-0 over Waldo from Aberdeen. And that Tessman wins by fall on mat 4 over Lunasan of Millbank. So good match there, though, 14-8 at the time of the fall. So lots of action, lots of scoring. Now on mat 4, Brake of Pier and Bosek, Bosek of Kimball White Lake, or no, Clark Willow Lake, forgive me on that. So that match is at 120. Mat 1, A-Chick of Sioux Falls, Washington. No, I take that back. It's hard to say. Washington and Huron are both wrestling there. I think that's a Huron wrestler on top. That'd be Gay. But in a pinfall situation down there on mat 1 and able to get out of that. So we're getting a break in the action for headgear assembly. I want to get full identification on those athletes on mat 1. So yeah, Gay from Huron with the lead 4-0 currently. New action on mat 2. Leno of Madison versus Taconi from Brookings. So Taconi, I know she was mentioned as an honorable mention in the latest rankings. And big action over here on mat 3 with Ortega from Canton getting a feet to back situation, and we'll see how that went out. There's a 4-point near fall there, so that will make the score 12-0 down there. So Ortega in control down there. Mat 1. The Huron wrestler getting the win there. And on mat 4, Rocky and Bosek of Clark Willow Lake. That is 3-2 right now. Now 4-2, and Bosek with a real nice single leg, or double leg, and she turned it into points. So 5-4, excellent, just excellent shot continued working her way in, turned the corner, got a 3-point takedown, now has to lead 5-4. 20 seconds to go in the period in that action. Back on mat 2, Leno of Madison and Tacony of Brookings. I believe the athlete from Tacony has the lead 3-1 at present, and they just ran out of time for the period there. So Ortega continues to be in control down here on mat 3. And on mat 4, Brackey tying it up at the buzzer in that period. So going both up here on mat 4. Again, Aero Wrestling or Aero Watertown invite here, 4:30 on a Friday afternoon. We're glad to have you along. Tacony with a half Nelson and just has gotten reversed right there by Lino. 2 with the reversal and 2 with the near fall. That'll give the Madison wrestler a 5-3 lead. Down here on mat. Down here on mat 4, Bosak got a takedown and his armbar wrist combo and has earned some backers. A minute to go here in that match, second period. Currently 8-5, but backers at the ready as well. New action on mat 1, that'll be Winter of Canton. And Bosak getting the fall there on mat 4, so. We might be a little bit behind here. That's not the, on mat 1, that is not necessarily the correct athletes there. But I think it's Stanglin from Pierre and Fernandez of Huron. So that's on mat 1. Mat 2, 5-3. That's Lionel with the lead over Tacony. Mat 3 has Bryant of McCook Central. Mark Throws making the trip up here. They're over or with against Mattern of Aberdeen Central, and she has a wrist and armbar combo. Mattern able to get out of that temporarily, fight it off, and there it is again there on mat 3. And there's a turn. Mat 4, new Blaha of Pierre versus Lobbins of Madison. So mat 1, I think that's Gina Stanglin, or Stanglin from Pierre versus Fernandez from Pierre. All right, Madison wrestler on mat 4. Lobbins did a takedown and then release against Blaha from Pierre. Mat 1, there's a pinfall for the athlete, I believe, from Pierre, Stanglin. Back over there on mat 2, that's one of the better matches going on right now. 5-4, Tacony of Brookings behind, and there's a headlock right there by Lionel. And there's backers and Tacony's fighting that off. That's a very tight headlock. Down here on mat 3, 13-2. Currently Bryant over Matern. All right, new action now on mat 1. This is at 110. Winter of Canton versus Bendenwall, or Bendywall of Aberdeen. Of course, the Canton athlete in the more colorful outfit, and the Aberdeen Central with their blue and yellow colors rolling big here in the Civic Arena. Mat 2. Mat 2, we'll wait till the scoreboard updates over there. But on mat 4, Blaha and Lobbins. Lobbins currently with the lead 7-1. Fresh actors on mat 3, Goldag versus Waldrop of Miller Highmore Hera. And Goldade from Aberdeen Central. So we have 2 Aberdeen Central athletes out on the match right now. And win for the Madison wrestler there on mat 4. So takedown by Goldade of Aberdeen Central. And no score on that mat 1 match between Aberdeen Central and Canton. That's Winter versus Bendywall. And new actors on mat 4, Warzeka of Canton versus Hammer of Sioux Falls Lincoln. And Warzeka getting a quick cross-face butcher and with the takedown and backers. Golday of Aberdeen with the win over Waldrop on mat 3. On mat 2, back points being scored. Well, that match has not updated, so we will let that sit there for a second. Back on mat 1, no score through 1 period. And the Canton athlete, Winter, takes the top position. Mat 3, Von Eye of Huron versus Larson of Pierre. And new match on mat 4, that's Stavari of Millbank versus Say of Huron. So still no score on mat 1. And an almost score here. And there's a reversal there for Aberdeen Central. So Bendenwall in a pinning combination. One minute left on mat 1 in the second period. On mat 2, Jurdy getting the takedown against Unra from Kingsbury County. That's at 120. Winter, and that one goes. Let's see what break in the action, and we're going to sort this one out here. So I'm not sure the score is exactly. I think maybe that's what they were trying to figure out. So anyway, the Aberdeen Central wrestler Bendywall should have. They're getting that scoreboard fixed. There's 33 seconds left to go in the match, or in the second period, and there were some scoring errors there. So they now have it sorted. It is now 7-0, Bendywall over Winter, and they'll take it from the referee's position the rest of the way. Down here on mat 4, pinning combination for Say, and she'll get the pin. On mat 2, Erickson and Muller, Aberdeen, Erickson from Brookings. That's at 1:30. And down here on mat 3, Von I of Huron and Nichols from Larson, or Larson from Pier. So all mats moving, all things shaking and moving here. So I'll try to introduce some of the referees if I can recognize them from a distance here. Al Biersbach, former Webster native, now about for the last 30 plus years hanging at his hat, and Madison. He's on mat 4. Harrelson of Aberdeen and Bendorf of Kingsbury County. Bendorf with a nice pickup lift for a double leg and back points there. So really nice combination there on mat 4. On mat 3, Von I has a 1-0 lead, and over Larson. And there's 3 more for Von I, so that'll move that match to 4-0. Over there on mat 2, no score. Oh, beautiful single leg, high crotch right to a change off double and 3-point takedown. Beautiful combination there by the Brookings athlete, Erickson. Still sorting things out there on mat 1. Again, 8-0 on mat 1. Bendywall with the lead over Winter from Canton. There's another post double by Bendorf, and a lift and return for 3 points there. So that's to make that match 10-1 right now. And Bendorf with a armbar turn, and that'll be a Bendorf, yes, for Kingsbury County getting the win there over the Aberdeen Central athletes. So still no action on mat 1. So we'll turn our attention to mat 2. Erickson and Muller. And Erickson with a 3-0 lead, and she'll pick up a point for a clasping hands situation on the Aberdeen Central athletes. So that'll now be 4-0 Erickson over Muller. Mat 3 still 4-0. Von I over Larson. And breaking the action there, so end the period. Mat 4 at 1:30, Colbreck of Sioux Falls, Washington versus Tullochson of Ortonville. So mat 2, that ends with the Brookings athlete getting the win there. And we'll keep moving on. All right, almost ready to resume action on mat 1. Now 7-1, scoring errors relieved, and Bendywall with a quick out and front headlock. And maybe more. Winter fighting it off, trying to square up. Nice. And Bendywall getting a upper body turn from her feet, 2 back points. So that'll move the score to 11-1 plus more points. Mat 2, new actors out there, Canton and Aberdeen. Hoffman of Aberdeen and Rhodey of Canton. That's the 130 match, and Bendywall getting the win over Winter there in a good match on mat 1. Mat 4, a wrist and half combination being fought off. By the Ortonville athlete, but no points scored, but it is 10-1. Sioux Falls, Washington athlete with the lead. Mat 3 down there, that match will end. With, I think, Bonai getting the win. So now on mat 3, Lewis of Pierre versus Nichols of Clark Willow Lake. That is at 1:30. Mat 2, 3-0 Canton athlete with the win. Mat 1, Olivia Anderson, returning state champ. Got a first period win over Stack from Sioux Falls Lincoln. Of course, OA 43-1 and went 2-0 last night down at Deerfield. So off to a nice start so far this year. All right, now at mat 1, 125. Stack of Sioux Falls Lincoln versus Coughlin of Kingsbury. On mat 2, I'm trying to, it's Hoffman and Rhodey. Rhodey from Canton. And Rhodey with a 3-0 lead. Hoffman in on a single leg. But Rhodey stalled out nice, and there'll be a stalemate. Return to position. Mat 4. McGuire of Sioux Falls Lincoln, Ciesler of Sioux Falls Lincoln, and McGuire of BALT. And I need to hopefully I can get a better view of the jersey. I can get you a school on that one. So. All right, mat 1. Coughlin of Kingsbury County with a butcher on, and about 22 seconds to go in that first period. So athlete from Lincoln Stack, working through that. And on mat 2, that match will end by fall with Rhodey of Canton getting the win. Back down here on mat 3, Lewis of Pierre and Nichols from Clark Willow Lake. That's 4-8. And we'll see which athlete is ahead here upon when I can. Both athletes working for a takedown. Nichols pulling that ankle, and Lewis holding on, and there's the 3-point takedown there for Nichols. So that'll move this match to 8-7. We'll keep our attention on that one. Nichols with the wrist in half, and Lewis fighting it off strongly. Nichols really pouring into that half Nelson. Lewis trying to pick off that half You got that low base. And there's a turn. And there's some backers right there. So 29 seconds to go in that one on mat 3. And there's going to be a pinfall for Nichols for Clark Willow Lake. So good action match there. Back on mat 2. That was Millers and Travers of Pierre and Clark Willow Lake. So mat 1 has LeBeau of Miller Highmore Herald and Opsal of Ipswich Leola. And LeBeau from Miller will get the win there. All right, down here on mat 3. Very quickly, Wordle of Miller Highmore Herald over Yonker from Sioux Valley, and Wordle will get the pin. All right, on mat 4. There's a pinfall on mat 4, and I don't believe the, oh, that's, it might be a Beersford Alcester Hudson athlete that got the win over there over Seisler from Sioux Falls Lincoln on mat 4. So but we'll keep rolling on here. Already 4:51 on a Friday afternoon. Mat 4, that will have Johnson of Kingsbury County versus Seo of Sioux Falls Lincoln. New action also on mat 3. Berga of Sioux Falls Lincoln versus Mock of Aberdeen. On mat 2, we'll get new action here in just a moment. That will be Van Hoppy of Sioux Valley versus Middle of Ipswich Leola. And on mat 1, we'll have Braggy of Aberdeen versus Cook of Teospa-Zena. So a couple of things coming up here for the aero athletes. Next week will be the Rapid City Invitational. And out at the Monument, then they'll do the Battle for the Paddle on December 20th down in Canton. And on December 29th down at Sioux Falls Lincoln at the Floyd Ferran. That'll take our athletes through the 2025. All right, moving right ahead. Nice duck under there by Cook from Teospa-Zena, and getting an almost immediate turn as well with a wrist and half combination. So on mat 2, Van Hoppy and Niddle. That's 3-1. Early in the first period yet. Minute 15 to go. And Middle with a nice single leg combination and going with the power half. That's on mat 2. And Cook able to get the win on mat 1 for Teospa-Zena. All right, down here on mat 4. Seo and Johnson of Kingsbury County. Seo of Lincoln. That match is still 0-0. And we got a little blood time on mat 3, so no action over there right now. On mat 2, Niddle with the release, and there's a takedown for back points and a pinfall, so that'll leave Niddle getting the win in the opening round here. All right, Mat 2, or excuse me, Mat 1, Guthmiller, Sioux Valley versus A of Huron. And that'll be a 140. And I'm sure that's Summer Guthmiller. She is a returning state champ. Junior this year, 43-0 last year. And she was second in 2024 as well, that athlete from Sioux Valley. So career rise 142 and 27, and she just got her three-point takedown there. So no score down here on Mat 1 yet. 24 seconds to go in the period. New action on Mat 2, Wallace of Aberdeen Central versus Halverson of Webster, and Wallace getting an early takedown. And release. There we go on Mat 2. So Guthmiller still in control, trying to power half here on Mat 1, and almost a turn. And there's back points right there as well. So, and Guthmiller starting the season out early action, getting a pin for her at 140. Still no score on Mat 4 here. Kingsbury County versus Sioux Falls Lincoln. Johnson has that far side leg tied up, and she's trying to do a cross face, try to get a turn, and now trying to power half. Easy to see for me because it's right down in front here. So, all right, Mat 3, no score over there on Mat 3 yet. And on Mat 2, new action with Qualseth of Canton versus Gustafson from Pierre. So, probably Lakin Qualseth, I think, is on Mat 2 there. She was 8th place last year. She's a sophomore, 36 and 19 last year. So, there with a armbar turn over her opponent. And Qualseth getting that early season pin. Again, no score here on Mat 4. Sayo of Lincoln and Johnson of Kingsbury County. Mat 1, Scholl of Sioux Falls Lincoln, Luna San of Millbank, and the Lincoln athlete getting some near fall points right now. All right, first score of the day here on Mat 4. Sayo jumps out to a 1-0 lead. We'll see if either athlete can get a takedown and get a little separation. 40 seconds to go in that one, at least in the period. On Mat 2, Blaha from Pierre will be wrestling Ayala Ra of Millbank. So, and on Mat 3, 16 seconds to go. It looks like Wordle has the upper hand over Hobbs from Aberdeen. And there's a break in the action, so it'll be Wordle will be up 7-3 going into the next period action. All right, now 4-0. That's how that match will end, with Sayo over King. Good hard-fought match there. Both athletes putting forth a lot of effort. That was at 110. So, a little Huron versus Huron action on flat on Mat 1 at 120. Fernandez versus Oyola Rowe. Both athletes from Huron. Mat 4, Marion Freeman Gonzalez versus Hobart of Millerheimer Herald. and mat 2 as Blaha with a 7-0 lead over Ayala Ra of Millbank. Getting going again down here on mat 3. 7-3 lead for Wordle. And we'll keep our eyes on that one.
Attention, can I have everybody clear off on mat 5, please? Sorry, it's labeled mat 6. Clear on mat 6, please clear off the mat. Thank you.
All right, moving on. Still no change in position on mat 3. Mat 2. Kind of at a, yeah, that's a good call right there by the referee. There's not a whole lot of action over there for the last couple, few ticks of the clock. A lock up on the head and a lock up, the other was locked up on the legs, and you just get nowhere that way most of the time. So good change of pace there and pick it up where they left off at. So both athletes on their feet on mat 2 and on mat 4. Winner by fall on that mat. So we'll keep moving along here on mat. Oh, no, we're moving there we go. We've now opened up another mat. I don't know if we're going to be able to see that one necessarily very well. We're set up for 4 cameras and or for 4 mats for our cameras. So we'll do our best to keep everybody informed of who's out there at least, and looks like the first match on mat 6 will be Lair of Brookings versus Tron of Ipswich Leola. More to the point here, that one goes all 3 periods on mat 3. Wordle gets the win, 8-6. Mat 4, Muller of Millbank gets the win over her Madison appointment, Mo from Madison. On mat 2, still going Blaha with a 7-0 lead over Ayala Ra from Millbank. So on that mat 6, Tron gets an early takedown over for Brookings' opponent. So new action on mat 3. Vergara of Sioux Falls Lincoln versus Mock of Aberdeen. And same thing on mat 4. Sherry of Huron versus Aarons from Clark Willow Lake. Clark Willow Lake bringing a number of female athletes over here, so that's good to see. Just 30 miles to the west. On mat 1, that's Graycheck of Watertown, winning by fall over Marion Freeman opponent Robinson. So I believe that's Brooke Graycheck. She is 6th last year. I think she wrestled for Webster. She was 31-13 last year. So getting off to a nice start this year, wearing the old purple and gold of the Watertown Arrows. Takedown for Mock from Aberdeen, and she's getting the turn on mat 3 and gets a pinfall. So Mock getting the win on mat 3. They are keeping some team totals, or some team scores. I'll try to update you as they kind of roll by. It's early in the tournament, of course, so. All right, no score here right in front of us on mat 4. Ahrens and Sherry, Clark and Huron, respectively, on mat 4. Or excuse me, mat 6. Larson from Canton versus Caruso from Ortonville, and Larson getting the quick takedown and back points and pinfall there. So Larson getting the win on mat 6 over there. Mat 1, nice single leg pickup by St. John from Pierre over Novi from Millbank. This is at 155. And mat 2, new action. Thompson from Aberdeen versus Hendricks from Sioux Falls Lincoln. Hendricks with a nice lift turn to back points. And getting the pin there as at on mat 2 was Hendricks. Mat 3 at 100. Dick of Sioux Falls Lincoln versus Rinksmeyer of Pierre. That's at 100. All right, 3-0 down here on mat 4. The athlete from Clark, that would be Ahrens with the lead. All right, over here on mat 3. 3-0. Dick with the lead, and there's an escape, so now 3-1. Rinksmeyer gets on the scoreboard there. Mat 1, Downs of Marion Freeman versus Comas of Madison. That's at 100. That'll be on mat 1. Mat 2 over there, Aberdeen Central of Linpaw Jones versus Ballas from Brookings. Linpaw, she's been wrestling a long time, and she is a ranked wrestler as well. Yeah, Linpaw Jones, she was seventh last year at 145, 36 and 17. Sophomore from Aberdeen, and she gets the pinfall in the opener for her tonight, so we'll see more of her as well. Four-point near fall on mat 4, that puts, or excuse me, mat 3, that puts Rinksmeyer on top of Dick 8-3 from Lincoln. So here on mat 4, Ahrens continues to lead 3-0. And over on mat 6, you got Irwin of Aberdeen, Shea of Huron. And Shea in on a single leg. I know our viewers can't see that. Defense well with the sprawl by Irwin, and no change in score through that period. So 0-0 with Irwin and Shea. Aberdeen versus Huron right there on the non-viewed mat 6. Ahrens is down now in the down referee's position, still ahead 4-0 at mat 3 against Sherry of Huron. Sherry's got a cross face. But unable. Oh, there might be something there. Oh, and there's a turn right there for Sherry. So referee Sutton and had the 4 near fall and gets the pin. So a come from behind win there for Sherry of Huron over Ahrens of Clark. Over there on mat 3, Rinksmeyer gets the win. On mat 1, Walker of Sioux Falls, Washington against Wagner of Sioux Valley. And good scramble action there. Walker from Washington has a 4-1 lead there, but Wagner is in on a single leg. Defense well by Walker, though. And we're going with the potentially dangerous there. Yeah, there was all kinds of twisted up limbs on that mat 1 action. So they'll start anew. And we'll keep our eye on that one. So down here on mat 3, Speck of Pierre over Gibson of Tri-Valley right now. Speck with the early takedown and back points. On mat 2, good action at the buzzer, but no points scored. And over on mat 6, let's check that out. Manzana of Sioux Valley and Gay of Huron are. Gay has a, Manana has, the Sioux Valley wrestler has a 3-0 lead. And in on a single, but very much stretched out by Gay of Huron. And they're going to break, and there's a 1-point escape for Gay, so that'll make it 3-1 now. And Zahner of Sioux Valley with the lead and in on a single leg as well. Again, this is mat 6. Gay with the underhook, trying to shrug off that shot. And still no points down there. And Gay secures the takedown off that shot, so that'll be 4-3. Gay now with the lead over Manzanar of Sioux Valley. All right, mat 4. Caven of Pierre versus Sanchez of Madison. It looks like Caven has a 6-0 lead. Although Sanchez just threw on a cradle and had a turn, but Caven able to defend it, albeit no change in action right now yet. And Sanchez still with that far crossface here on mat 4. And has that leg pinned in there good too, but unable to get any turns yet. Speck from Pierre on mat 3 is ahead 12-2. And on mat 2, Crayons of Canton versus Frankfurt of Clark. And there is a pinfall there on mat 3, and Gibson of Tri-Valley with a come from behind win for a pin. So dramatic action there. It just shows wrestling is that kind of sport where it's easy to get out of position. And if you do, sometimes you get put in a spot where it's tough to get out of. And 2 seconds with the shoulders on the mat does not take long for that to tick off. So mat 3 again now by Anderson. Watertown versus Milliron from Brookings. Vi caught her right off the jump with kind of a cow catcher, and got some early points and jumped out to a 7-0 lead. And after a mini scramble, Anderson's got that high half in with a wrist, although fought off very well by Fuller, or excuse me, by Milan. Down here on mat 4, 17 seconds to go. Cave in with an 11-0 lead. No score on mat 1 with Quinla of Sioux Falls Roosevelt and Mays of Webster. Although Mays just getting a, let's see here, make sure we can keep our athletes straight. It looks like Mays from Webster gets the win by pin, so. And down here on mat 2, Kranz of Canton with the 9-3 lead over Frankfurt from Kimball White, or Clark Willow Lake, so. Mat 3. It looks like Fisher from Pierre and Fuller from Ipswich Leola. So Kruger, Groton, Liza Kruger, second action tonight. The returning state champ should be taking on Lackman from Marion Freeman. Other athletes here that we're hoping to see are Madison Little. I haven't seen her name. She's an athlete from Aberdeen that was third last year at the same weight class that Liza was at. Ella Comas from Madison was a sixth place finisher. And Shaylee Speck and Jewel Gannon both were mentioned as honorable mention in the most recent preseason rankings for off the Dakota Grappler website. So Liza getting the takedown and back points over her opponent Lackman from Marion Freeman right now. 0-0 on mat 4. Stewart of Aberdeen, Bradley from Marion Freeman. Ooh, tightened up very much so on mat 2. Frankfurt now ahead 10 or 11-9 over Kranz of Canton. So excellent rally by the Cyclone. And oh, beautiful snap single there by Kranz. We'll see if she can turn it into points. Minute 10 to go there, mat 2. Frankfurt pulling those ankles, trying to fight it off, but Kranz is in on deep on a single. We'll see if she can get something. It's getting late in the match and fatigue is kind of setting in, but that was a great shot that'll end in stalemate. So still 11-9, 54 seconds to go in the period. The Clark Willow Lake wrestler, Frankfurt, with the lead. We'll keep our eyes on that one over there. Mat 6, Winter of Canton and Rosted, Sioux Falls, Washington, just getting ready underway. Oh, there's another shot. And referee feels Frankfurt was fleeing the mat to avoid that takedown. So now that makes it 10-11. Still Frankfurt with the lead over Kranz, and 35 seconds to go here, mat 3. So a ton of points over there on mat 2, 11-10. Clark Willow Lake with the lead. We'll see if either athlete has a, oh, there's a stalling call, and that'll tie this match up at 11-11. And 2-point takedown for, or 3-point takedown for Frankfurt. That'll move it 14-11 in her favor. And she's got the power half on, and a lot of pressure down on Kranz right now. So 5 seconds to go, and there's a turn. And no points at the buzzer. So, man, a 14-11 match. That's a lot of effort out there. A lot of juice got expended. that's the kind of effort you're seeing here tonight, though, at the arena. I mean, as the early in the season, just a couple of good ones right there going at it. So, all right, Mat 3. Long of Sioux Falls, Washington, and Tacroni of Brookings. Over here on Mat 6, I'll try to keep you updated on that. Winter and Rosted. Winter is down of Ken. She's down 3-0, but defending a shot, and she just earned a takedown and turned it into 3 points. Plus, she's got a cradle on over here on Mat 3. 37 seconds, or excuse me, Mat 6, 37 seconds to go in the period. She's got a far side cradle torqued up, but Rosted fighting it off very well. So now we're at 15 seconds to go in the period. Still 3-3. Winter throwing all of her might and torque. Oh boy, there's a turn, but will it be enough? There's 2, maybe 3 counts. Referee says 3 near fall, so Winter with some late back points to get a little separation there on Mat 6. She had that near side cradle hooked up for about 40 seconds, and finally she was really putting the torque and effort into finally getting the turn, and the physics worked in her favor late in the match. So now 6-3, she's got the lead. And Rosted with a quick shot, and there's 3-point takedown. We got us a tie match at 6-6 right over here on Mat 6. Rosted and Winter. We'll try to do a mini scan of everybody else while they're fighting for position. Ortega and Boschek on Mat 1. No score, still no change over here between Winter and Rosted. Rosted with an arm breakdown. Winter back up to her base though. And there's a turn, kind of a, but no, there's a couple of counts. I see the referee's got 2, 3, now there's a full turn. Winter, there'll be a 4-point awarded to Rosted, so that'll make this 10-6. Winter's almost out of the backside. See if Rosted, she can recover. There's the 4-point awarded and 1-point escape for Winter, so that makes it 10-7, 36 seconds to go here, Mat 6. All right, it's probably Peyton Rosted. She was an honorable mention wrestler with the grappler this week. Rosted still with the lead, 20 seconds to go. And Rosted's in on a headlock. We'll see if she can complete it. Winter's trying to poke a head out and not able to do so. There's the 3-point takedown awarded and a 4-point near fall. So this one's going to end 17-7, albeit it was a lot closer than a 10-point match, folks. So another one of those really great effort matches that is just so exciting to see out of our girl athletes. Again, this sport's only been going on for, this is year 5. So again, it's going like hotcakes. We have an athlete from Watertown, Allison Conrad, signed with USF to compete down there. And so I'm a big fan of USF athletics. Had a couple of my family members go through there. Excellent place to get a higher education too. So, all right, moving on. We'll go to Mat 6 again. Moss versus Boschek, Aberdeen versus Clark Willow Lake. Mat 1, Ortega versus Canton, Bocek versus Clark Willow Lake. That's with Ortega with a 7-0 lead, but Bocek's just about got 3 points and maybe more near the edge of the mat. There's a 3 points awarded. So we'll see. All right, Al Biersbach calls him off the mat. 53 seconds to go. That's going to be 7-3 now. See if Bocek can mount a bit of a rally against Ortega. So mat 2. Mat 2, that's Bendywall, Aberdeen up 12-0 over Schaefer from Millerheimer Herald. Mat 3. Bryant, McCook Central Montrose versus Erdman of Huron. And that's a 3-1 match. And on mat 4, nice high crotch, turned it into a takedown for the Canton athlete, Warjeka over Stanglin from Pierre. So good one right down there. Just 3-0 early going in that one. So
attention to mat 3. Help me congratulate McCook Central Montrose Senior, 2-time state champion Alexis Bryant on her 150th victory.
hey, how about that? Alexis Bryant, she again returning state champ. She's a junior. She also wrestled, she was 43-3 last year. They just announced she picked up her 150th win of her career. So real nice testament to her and ability to compete and stay healthy. And she also is one of those wrestlers that wrestled at the AAU Scholastic Duels this summer in June. Of course, Alexis wrestling for McCook Central Montrose. So state champ last year at 114. So things are moving so fast here, it's hard to recognize every single athlete that's out there. I see that Evgen of Canton, excuse me, she is on deck on mat 3, and of course she is a returning state champ as well from Canton. Finley Evgen, 48-0 last year, but we'll talk about her when she gets to that point. All right, on mat 3 right now, Blaha versus Unruh from Blaha Pierre Unruh from Kingsbury County. No score there. On mat 2, 12-0 right now. Bendywall is going to get the win on that one by technical fall. Mat 1, Ortega and Bocek. That's 9-4. Ortega with Canton with the lead. And on mat 4, right in front of me, Warzeka and Stanglin. Warzeka from Canton. So Canton's got a couple athletes out here at present. And that match is 3-0 with Warzeka with the lead. On mat 6, Moss of Aberdeen is in control against Bocek of Clark Willow Lake right now. And that score is currently 14-1. Mat 2, Erdman of Huron versus Seo from Lincoln, and Lincoln with a quick takedown and wrist combination for a turn. So on mat 2, there's near fall points and pinfall. So Seo getting another win here tonight. Mat 1, 55 seconds to go in the match. Ortega still with that 9-4 lead and now with back points as well. So, and she'll end up getting the pinfall over Bocek of Clark Willow Lake. Good match there, though. Mat 4. Warzeka, Canton over Stanglin right now, still 3-0. Down here on mat 3, minute 15 to go, first period. Blaha Pier over Unruh. Kingsbury County still just early on 3-0. So all right, right up mat 1, Jurdy of Clark Willow Lake will be taking on Madison's Lobbins. and that's at 120. We got an aero athlete out there on mat 2. That'd be Olivia Anderson versus Goldag from Aberdeen. OA getting the takedown and a Turks a leg, and gets a turn for back points as well. Mat 3. That'll end in pinfall for Blaha getting the win now. All right, Finley Evgen on mat 3, the returning state champ, 48-0 last year. She will be facing Ree from Aberdeen. So all right, on mat 1. Lobbins wins by fall from Madison over Judy from Clark Willow Lake. Mat 6, the unbroadcast mat. That's Bracky of Pierre versus Waldo of Aberdeen. And right now it is 3-0 Aberdeen athlete on top and with the lead. No, I misspoke. The athlete from Brocky's got the 3-0 lead. My bad. And there'll be 1 point awarded to her as well for hand clasping. So Bracky with a 4-0 lead here early second period. All right, Evgen getting the win in her match there on mat 3. Now on mat 3, Say of Huron and Nelson of Clark Willow Lake. So on mat 2, Olivia Anderson choosing both up. She's ahead 7-1. I guess she's up. Yeah, it was up 7-0 with the release. We'll see if she can score one quick before the edge of the buzzer. Goldade of Aberdeen is her opponent. So, all right, let's get back to mat 1. Miller of Sioux Valley and Waldrop of Miller Highmore Herald. Waldrop with the 3-0 or 3-1 lead and a half Nelson on. Miller with the pick off of the half and now to her feet. Let's see if she can't get out of that. Turn and face, and there's a 1 point escape. So now 3-2. Waldrop still with the lead. 25 seconds to go in that match. Match 6, Olson of Sioux Falls Lincoln versus Mathern of Aberdeen Central. And no change or no takedown yet in that mat 6 match, but lots of action. Mat 4, Ayola Rowe of Huron versus Hammer of Sioux Falls Lincoln. Hammer with a nice duck under takedown for 3 points to get her on the board. Mat 3, Shea of Huron versus Rhodey of Canton in the blue. Oh, Shea, with a headlock, but then the countered by by Rhodey, and then a roll through as well, and we'll see. Rhodey still with that 3-0 lead. Lots of action here on mat 3. There's a good roll, good Peterson roll No change though. Shea had a nice combination, but unable to turn it into points or to escape. Rhodey with the wrist. And minute 10 to go here, still first period. Rhodey with the lead, and she just packed on a half Nelson, and it's a deep half. And she got a turn and is able to rock it back and hold it there. There's a couple of counts. Rhodey again, still working for back points. She'll get 4 here. There's 4, so now it's 7-0. 40 seconds to go. That's mat 3. So on mat 2, Coughlin of Kingsbury County versus Heasley of Pierre. Looks like Heasley jumped out to a 3-0 lead. Mat 1, Miller and Waldrop. Still 3-2. Minute 10, now Waldrop with the half Nelson. Trying to get a turn. Miller flattened out very nicely, trying to defense that. And there's a slight turn and there's a full turn. There's backers right there. It looks like there's going to be at least 3 awarded to Waldrop there, mat 1. That'll move her to 6-2. Again, points not awarded yet. Down here on mat 4. Hammer has an 11-5 lead over Oyola Rowe. 20 seconds to go there on mat 1. All right, and that's how that one's going to end. 7. I take that back. There is still more time on the mat. Still one more period. That's 7-2 now. Waldrop of Miller Highmore Harrell with the lead. All right, on mat 2. Erickson, Brookings versus Crow from Kingsbury County. And Waldrop getting that escape, so that'll make it 8-2 over Miller. Now 11-7 down here in that Lincoln versus Huron match. Hammer still with the lead on mat 4. Minute 30 to go. Ooh, and legal hold, technical violation. And that'll be 1 more point awarded to Oyola Rowe. That'll go make it 11-8. So mini discussion. Take that back. The violation was on the athlete from Huron, and I had talked myself into a corner here. Oyola Rowe is ahead of Hammer. Huron versus Lincoln on mat 4. Oyola is ahead 12-7 over Hammer from Lincoln here on mat 4. So minute 36 to go in that. And they need, there we go. All right, Erickson getting the pin over there on mat 2. Mat 6, Wordle and Hinricher, Brookings. That'll be a good one. Ramsey Hinricher, she was an honorable mention receiver of votes at in the latest grappler. So on mat 6, she just tried to duck under, defense by Wordle. Here down here on mat 4, Hammer got a turn. And she's going to get the pin. So a come from behind win for Hammer there from Lincoln. All right, still no score over there on mat 6. Wordle and Hinricher. And Wordle, the senior from Miller High Moore Herald, she also was getting some honorable mention likes on the grappler. Almost a takedown, no score. She pushed it away. 10 seconds to go in that mat 6 contest. Again, that is the one match you cannot see on our 4-pack screen. So no score after one period down there. Hinricher and Wordle. Mat 3. Leg of Canton versus Burdette of Clark Willow Lake, and Leg in control and gets a pinfall. So mat 2, it has, that's at 135, Traverse of Pierre versus Sidliar of Lincoln. 3-2 match down there, with the Pierre athlete with Lincoln up 3-2 on that one. Mat 1, Nichols of Clark Willow Lake versus Bendorf, Kingsbury County. Bendorf in on a single leg, now double leg. She'll change it off to a single, see if she can turn it into points. This is again on mat 1. Mat 4, Keene of Beersford Alcester versus Von Eye from Huron on mat 4. On mat 3, that's Gonzalez of Marion Freeman versus Von Hoppy of Sioux Valley. So Marion Freeman on top of that one. At present, 3-0. Back to mat 6. Hinricher able to get a takedown and escape, and has a 4-0 lead right now. Wordle with a headlock Peterson roll, but decides against it. 25 seconds to go, second period in that one. Nichols and Bendorf. Bendorf with a 9-1 lead and an armbar wrist that she's trying to turn the points, and there's a turn on mat 1. Mat 2, Hilmer of Pierre versus Cook of Teosposina. That'll be a good one. Lexi Hilmer, I believe. Pierre, she's a 10th grader, 36-3 last year, and third place overall. So there she is on a double leg, and she's able to turn that into points. So takedown and cross face and back points as well. So Lexi Himmler in command on mat 2. Mat 3, Gonzalez versus Ben Hopp of Sioux Valley, and we're going to get one red, so that's going to put Gonzalez up by 4 now, 4-0. Mat that just finished up there on mat 4, Miller of Clark Willow Lake over McGuire on that one. Now back over here to mat 1. Hinricher got a 3-point situation now leads 7-1 over Wordle of Miller Highmore Herald. And she also has a wrist and half combo. Minute 10 to go in this one, third period over there on mat 6, the mat you cannot see. Mat 4, Muller and Milbank Neitzel from Aberdeen. Ooh, Neitzel with a nice double leg shot on mat 4. We'll see if she can turn it into points. On mat 1, Lewis gets the win, Pierre gets the win over Harrelson of Aberdeen. That's a 130. On mat 2, Guthmiller, the state champ. It says Wrestling King from, there we go, from Canton. So all right, geez, I haven't looked at the clock for a while. 5:45 on a Friday night. We're at the Watertown Civic Arena at the Watertown Girls Invitational. I could try some team scores. Canton with the lead here, 83.5. Huron in second place, 47. Aberdeen Central, 37.5. Bringing up number 3. In fourth place, Madison at 35. Fifth, Brookings at 34. Clark Willow Lake tied with Brookings at 34. Our local Arrows in seventh at 33.5 points. Pierre, 32. Kingsbury County at 28, and also tied with them are Miller Highmore Herald. And that'll round out the top 10. So, all right, Benning and Keach. Oh, I'll take that back. I was going to announce a match on mat 1, but we'll keep that to ourselves for a moment because the scoreboard is updating. And here we are here, McCracken, Canton versus Hendricks from Sioux Falls, Lincoln. So. All right, mat 2, Guthmiller ahead of King from Canton, 3-2. And Guthmiller able to secure another takedown, or a takedown. Now up 6-2. Mat 3, Gonzalez and Van Hoppy. And Van Hoppy, Sioux Valley going to be able to get the win on that one. So Hendricks, Sioux Falls, Lincoln, no points awarded, but does have a almost advantage there. A minute, or just under a minute to go. The coach is telling her lift the leg or lift an ankle and maybe get a breakdown, but McCracken still holding on to that near leg, or that far leg, and no points awarded there on mat 1. There's a spin, and there's going to be 3 takedown for Hendricks. So now on mat 3, Mock of Aberdeen versus Yazzie of Sioux Falls or Roosevelt. Early on in that one, and now 10-2, Guthmiller with the lead over King, and they're having a little blood time on mat 2. So we'll take a breather from that one. On mat 6, the non-viewed mat, Hobart of Miller Highmore Herald versus Middle of Ipswich Leola. That is 8-2. With the Ipswich Leola wrestler with the lead, Middle. (3-0) here on mat, no, 3-1, I take that back. 3-1 on mat 3. Mock and Yazzie and Roosevelt in the maroon uniform. Down here on mat 4, we're on some injury time, I think. 4-2 lead for Muller of Milbank over Neitzel of Aberdeen. So Allison Neitzel, Aberdeen, getting an honorable mention in the most recent Dakota Grappler, albeit it was a preseason poll. So on mat 3, Yazzie now with a 6-1 lead over her opponent. And we're back to live action over on mat 2. Guthmiller up 10-2 over King. And on mat 1, Hendricks and McCrackle. Hendricks had that 3-point takedown, but it is now evened up at 3-3 with McCrackle getting a takedown, and backers right there. And that'll hold it for a pinfall too, so McCracken Canton over Hendricks of Lincoln on mat 1. All right, 3-point takedown. For Mock from Aberdeen, and so now that's 6-4, still Yazzie with the lead, Roosevelt with the lead on that one on mat 3. New action on mat 4, Lewis of Pierre versus Neeson from Roosevelt. There's a 2-point reversal for Guthmiller. She's now up 12-2 over King. And Yazzie still with that 2-point lead over Mock from Aberdeen. That action's on mat 3. Mat 1, Geed of Kingsbury County. She, I believe, was a winner last year of the Watertown Invite. She's also a very highly regarded wrestler. 4th place last year for Kingsbury County. And she gets a win, first period win here in her first action tonight. So she was 29-5 last year. So nice looking athlete there. Guthmiller getting the win over on mat 2. And Mock now ahead 8-6 over Yazzie on mat 3. Very short time, under 10 seconds to go there. And Mock still working for points, and there's a turn. And that will be how that one ends, I think. No, I take that back. Still, that was only second period, 12-6. Yazzie now behind for Roosevelt. So let's go to mat 4. Lynn Paul Jones, Aberdeen versus Meyer of Madison. Yazzie getting that 3-point takedown, so she's right back in it and back points. So now it's 12-9, and Yazzie's got a headlock, and it's tight. Oh, and there's a pinfall there on mat 3. So Yazzie coming from behind to get a win there on mat 3. Roosevelt getting some points on the board as a team. So over there on mat 2, that's Glanzer of Huron and Raychek of Watertown. The arrow with an early 3-0 lead and a double, well, not a double armbar, just an armbar wrist that she's trying to walk over the top. And on mat 1, Nevaeh Schanbeck, arrow, Watertown, with a quick takedown over her lawyer from Brookings, her opponent. Again, Schanbeck with a armbar wrist and back points on mat 1. Raychek getting the pinfall there on mat 2. And Schanbeck gets a pin on that one for the arrows. So first action in the arena for those two athletes. Well, Graycheck had an earlier match, but Schanbeck we had not seen yet, so she gets a nice win to start off the home season. Mat 4, Madison and Aberdeen Central. Nice reversal there by the Aberdeen athlete Lynn Paw-Joan. And that'll move that match to, I think, 5-3. Although they do have, there it is, 5-1, forgive me, 5-1. Paw-Joan over the top of Meyer of Aberdeen, or Madison right now. So, all right, Mat 1, Olson of Sioux Valley versus Long of Canton. That might be Natalia Long of Canton. She was, at least on Mat 1 there, she was 28-9 last year, 5th place in the state tournament. So she's a well-experienced wrestler. And she'll be facing Olson from Sioux Valley. So back on Mat 2, St. John of Pierre and Guth Miller of Sioux Valley. And
please help me congratulate Sioux Valley High School junior 4-time state place winner and a 2025 state champion, Summer Guth Miller, on her 100th pin.
Well, how about that? Summer Guth Miller, of which we've been noting, but I think this is her first action, actually, for at least this tournament. She got her 100th pin just a second ago, and now she's getting a nice little photo of it. She, of course, 4-time state place winner, returning state champ, undefeated last year, the real deal. So, all right, they're Long on Mat 1 with the turn and gets a pin over Olson. On Mat 6, we've got an arrow out there. Lindsay of Watertown versus Sanchez of Madison. So that's at 100 pounds. That's Lily Lindsay of the arrows. So. And Madison wrestler gets a Sanchez with an early takedown and trying to work a far side cradle as Sanchez, and then comes back with just kind of a front headlock and able to get the pin over Lily. So Sanchez with the win over Lindsay of Watertown. All right, back here on Mat 3. Let's do a roundhouse here. Larson of Canton over Nelson, or Nelson of Aberdeen. Nelson, the Aberdeen wrestler, up 7-2 over here on Mat 2. It's Downs of Marion Freeman over with Stewart and Aberdeen Central. Stewart with the early lead, 5-0. Mat 1, Dick of Sioux Falls, Lincoln against Walker of Sioux Falls, Washington. And Walker had the quick takedown and then the escape by the Lincoln wrestler, making that 3-1. And on Mat 4, Lynn Paw-Joan over Lynn Meyer, still grappling. Lynn Paw-Joan up 5-3 now, 50 seconds to go in the period. And we'll keep our eyes on that one. Over here on Mat 6, Mill Iron of Brookings, Mays of Webster. So. All right, both athletes on their feet. And we got a little clockage. We need to get the clock moving upon the referees saying to start moving it. So now we'll see where they click it down to. All right, 5-3. Pajon of Aberdeen ahead of Meyer from Madison down here on mat 4. We'll stick with that one right now. Meyer staying on the attack. Both athletes locked up. Short time in the period here, 12 seconds to go. Meyer in on a shot. There's a stalling on Lynn Pajon. One awarded to Meyer, so that made it 4-5 momentarily, and then Lynn Pajon picked up a takedown late, so that made it 8-4. So Pajon of Aberdeen getting a nice 8-4 win, 3-period win over Meyer of Madison.
Attention, I have a lost phone.
All right. Walker on Sioux Falls, Washington gets that win at mat 1. We'll just kind of go around the horn with mat 2. They're updating on mat 2, so we'll go Eustis of Ortonville versus Rosted, P. Rosted of Sioux Falls, Washington. Mat 3, Shea of Huron versus Gay of Huron. And on mat 4, Tostenson Milbank versus Penn of Sioux Falls, Roosevelt. So, and on mat 6, Cheek, Sioux Falls, Washington versus Beck of Here. So we're up to date, right? Oh, single leg pickup there by Penn of Sioux Falls, Roosevelt. We'll see if she can turn it into points. There, she lost a leg. Tostenson with the turn and face and no change of position, no score. Both athletes on their feet yet. Ketwig of Canton was able to get a turn on Swartzen of Miller Highmore Herald near the end of the buzzer and got a 4-point near fall. So 7-0, Ketwig with the lead in mat 1. Mat 2, no score over there. Mat 3 on the Huron on Huron contest. And that one's going to end in pinfall for Gay. So Gay will get the win over her teammate Shea. And back here on mat 4, another pickup by the Roosevelt athlete for a single leg. And there's a takedown with back points, but we'll see if the referee awards any back points. Extreme short time there, 7 seconds to go. And no points are going to be awarded for back points there for Penn. So she'll be, after one period, up 3-0. All right, back over there to mat 6. Kosnick, McCook Central Montrose, and Kranz of Canton. Kranz with an early takedown there. Mat 1, Swartzen. Miller Highmore Herald has a really tight near side cradle, but unable to turn her yet. And there's one count on that one. Again, Swartzen down 7-3, and she'll tighten that up now 7-5 with those back points. So 35 seconds to go in mat 1, second period. Oh, there's going to be a technical violation against Swartzen. Referee letting that play out a little bit. Okay, technical violation. The point was awarded to Ketwig now, so 8-5. Ketwig will still be on the bottom. and Swartzen on top. So 17 seconds to go in that first period action. Mat 6, Hammer, Sioux Falls Lincoln, Golday. Aberdeen will be about, we're already at about 172. So we are moving right along here with our action. Already 6:05 on a Friday night. Welcome to the weekend, folks. Come on down here today and watch some aero wrestling. And Golday able to counter Hammer, but Hammer able to power out of that. And 3 points were awarded to Golday, but Hammer looked to be in trouble, and she able to jump right out of that. And there's a break. So 3-1 now. That's mat 6, the mat you cannot see. But that's got a lot of action. That action at 120 on mat 6. Golday with an underhook. Headlock underhook. Kind of pulled Hammer down. And now she's got, and we're going to get a break in the action there. So potentially dangerous. It was a, there was some choking or potential chokehold or airway obstruction. So good call on that one. No harm, no foul there on mat 6 with that breakup. So down here on mat 4, 10-3. Penn still with the lead over Tostenson. And 6-1 on mat 1. Golday over Hammer. So over here on mat 3, headlock to back points for Bendy Wall over Fisher of Pier right now. And Fisher from Pier with a nice break of that, and she'll get a reversal and 2 reversals. So a 4-point near fall, a 2-point reversal, and a 2-point near fall after the reversal. And we got 7-9 over here on mat 3. And Fisher has a half Nelson in deep. So Fisher has the lead, 7-9 over Bendewall. We're on mat 3, of course, and that's 41 seconds to go in the match, or to go in the period. Fisher with the far side cradle and gets a turn out of that. And it's a pretty good cradle. Still has that cross face on. And she'll earn another 4 points, so now that'll make it 13-7. 20 seconds to go in that match. Now 10-6. Penn over Tostenson. I think this is third period action. So Tostenson making a bit of a rally, the Millbank athlete. Over there on mat 6, Golday with an 11-1 lead over Hammer. On mat 2, Eustis of Ortonville over Rosted from Sioux Falls, Washington. I'll double check that. So that makes it 12. I'll try to see which athlete is in which uniform. Both are in the orange and black unis of Washington and Ortonville. So (13-6) now in front of on mat 4. Tostenson just getting a 2-point reversal, so that'll be 13-8. And Tostenson has a half Nelson on. 50 seconds to go. She's off to the side. She's pushing the head down, trying to get that half secured. Penn really fighting it off and able to get the turn on that. So Penn will get the reversal, and she'll throw on her own crossface. So now 15-8 on mat 4. 30 seconds to go in that one. So Sayo and Lockman. Sayo Lincoln, Lockman Marion Freeman, and Sayo, that's at 110. She has gotten a 3-0 lead right off the jump here. So mat 6, Golday, winner by technical fall over there, over Hammer. So and now we'll have Mathern of Aberdeen and Jurdy of Clark Willow Lake. Competing on the non-viewed, or the non-seen on our monitor. Mat 6, we call it. So all right, Mat 1, Seo and Lockman, Mat 2. Boschek, Clark Willow Lake, and she just scored a takedown over Zook over Sioux Falls Roosevelt. Mat 3. That match appears to be over. Fisher and Bendewal. Bendewal suffering an injury. And here on Mat 4. Wordle, no, on Mat 4, forgive me. Sackrider, Brookings, and Hofer of Aberdeen. Kendis Sackrider, the Brookings athlete, she was third last year at 235, 27-9. She is a junior, and she has got a pinning combination. And gets the fall over Hofer from Aberdeen. So, nice start of the season for her. All right, let's go back to Mat 3. Long of Sioux Falls, Washington, and Waldo of Aberdeen. Long jumping out to a 3-0 lead over there on Mat 2. Bosek getting the win over the Roosevelt opponent, and on Mat 1, that's 11-0, Seo over Lockman. Back here to Mat 4, no score, McGaw and Bosek. McGaw is a wrestler that also was a state planner last year, I think. Oh, where are my notes at here? Yeah, no, she was receiving, I think her name, Grieva McGaw, here on. Getting some honorable mention. And the grappler. And Bocek of Clark Willow Lake, and McGaw able to get a turn right from her feet and able to get a pinfall there. First period pin for her right at the buzzer. So, all right, Mat 6, Matern Aberdeen, Jurdy of Clark Willow Lake. It is 9-3. And I'll see if I can, and that's Jurdy with the lead. So Jurdy with the wrist half. Looking away hard is Matern on Mat 6. She's able to get out the wrist in half, and now it's just double wrist. Again, trying to scoop up to a pinning combination. So we'll move on. Mat 4. New action there. Wordle McCook, or Miller Highmore Harrell versus Lewis of Pier in un momento. Over there on Mat 3, or Mat 2, Sioux Valley wrestler getting a fall. That would be Field over Tessman. Field of Sioux Valley over Tessman of Ortonville. Mat 1. It's going to be Waldorf, Miller Highmore Harrell versus Stanglin of Pier. That's at 120. Over here on Mat 3. Laha of Pier versus Erdman of Huron. So, all right. Takedown here on Mat 4 for Wordle. On mat 6, we're getting ready to, at 125, looks like Nelson of Clark Willow Lake versus Larson of Pier. Oh, nice turn there by Wordle of Miller Highmore Herald. Very short time though, 6 seconds to go. And there'll be time, so that'll be 4, so that'll give Wordle a 7-0 lead after 1 period on mat 4. Mat 1, Stanglin, no points scored at the buzzer there for the turn, so she's up 3-0 over Waldrop. And pinfall over there on mat 2 for Stack of Sioux Falls Lincoln over Ree of Aberdeen Central. And over here on mat 3, Pier athlete Blaha over Erdman of Huron. So all right. Again, back here on Aero TV, Watertown Invitational Wrestling. The 1 for red there, so 1 for Wordle on a clasp by Lewis. So that'll make that 9-0 on mat 4. On mat 6, Nelson and Larson, both scoreless. Clark, Willow Lake, and a Pier wrestlers going at it. Over here on mat 2, Hobart, Miller, Highmore Herald versus Travers, Pier. And on mat 3, a good one down here. On mat 3, Tollickson, Ortonville versus Nichols, Clark, Willow Lake. Tollickson in on a double leg. Nichols again with a 3-1 lead. We'll see if Tollickson, she turned the corner, able to get that takedown. Now 4-3, she has the lead. An escape by Nichols, now 4-4. And the scoreboard down there has it at 6-2. That's, I don't believe is correct, but it might be. And breaking the action. So maybe it is 6-2. So we'll go with what's officially on the scoreboard. Down there in mat 3, Tollickson of Ortonville with a 6-2 lead over Nichols from it. Clark Willow Lake. All right, down on mat. Let's go look at mat 6 down there. Shea of Huron has a headlock on Muller of Aberdeen. Muller able to get out of that though. Albeit Shea with a power half and trying to get a turn, but fighting it hard is Muller. 30 seconds to go in the first period over there. And there's going to be a potentially dangerous situation. So again, 4 points awarded for the near fall. Now 7-0 Shea over Muller. That's on mat 6. Mat 1, Van Hop. Sioux Valley will be facing McGuire of Bill Beersford Alcester. Over there on mat 2, Hobart of Miller Highmore Herald having an 8-0 lead over Travers of Pier. Mat 3, 9-7. Now Nichols gathered up the lead, so, and she has a half Nelson and wrist combo and gets the turn and pinfall. So just that efficient, an excellent combination there, that wrist and half. And Wordle will get the win. Mat 4 directly in front of me. That is Hoffman of Aberdeen, Crow of Kingsbury County. And Hoffman with a 3-0 lead, currently on the bottom row. Now she grabbed the head and yeah, we'll see how Al Giersbach stopped the action for an illegal headlock and awarded points. So that'll be now 4-1. Well, we'll wait and see here. They got her 3-1 on the scoreboard. Hoffman with the lead. So we'll keep our eyes on that one. Now mat 6. The Braggy of Aberdeen and King of Canton. So all right, mat 2. Mat 2, that's Hobart and Travers, and it looks like Hobart has the lead, 13-6. All right, on mat 1, Van Hoppe and McGuire. And Van Hoppe, Sioux Valley athlete, getting the win. Down here on mat 2, or mat 3, forgive me, that has Woodard of Clark versus Hobbs of Aberdeen. Mat 4, still 4-1 now. They have that. Hoffman with the lead of Aberdeen over Crow of Kingsbury County. We'll keep our eyes on that one. Pinfall on mat 2. Hobart getting the win. Mat 1, Glanzer of Huron versus Johnson from Roosevelt. And back there on mat 6, Resler of Aberdeen and Moe of Madison, and I believe the Resler has the lead currently. Let's see. Yeah, yes, Resler with the lead over there on the mat 6. That's 5-0. She also has a pinning combination and a turn. Again, Hoffman continues to lead down here, now 7-2 after Crow gets an escape. No score on that one. And there's a nice spin around for a 3-point takedown for Glanzer of Huron. And that'll be the end of the first period there. So over here on mat 2, Jonke of Miller Highmore Herald over Vergara, Sioux Falls Lincoln. Jonke had a 7-0 lead and then got reversed, and now is giving up some back points. So that's going to end 7-6 right now after that period action. There's still more to go, so that was only the first period. All right, mat 3, Hobbs got the win over her opponent from Clark Willow Lake. Mat 4, Hoffman of Aberdeen gets the win over Crow. And back on mat 2. Jonke with a escape, so now 8-6, second period there against Vergara. Mat 1, Glanzer getting the win on that one. And on mat 6, Meyer of Madison versus Thompson of Aberdeen. Meyer jumped out to a 3-zip lead. Meyer, Thompson now with the escape. So now 3-1 down there.
Can I have your attention, please? We will be wrestling all weight classes through 8 place winners. We will be battling through 6. Again, wrestling through 8 place winners, but battling through 6. Thank you.
All right, we're just talking about some place winning things there. And over here on mat 3, I unfortunately did not catch who was the winner on that one. Mat 1, Robinson and Keach. Robinson from Marion Freeman got an early takedown against Keach from Sioux Falls Lincoln. Another Lincoln athlete on mat 3. That is Hendricks versus Bayless from Brookings. On mat 4, we'll get fresh actors out there next. Rinksmeyer up here and Comas from Madison. So Ella Comas from Madison last year placed. She's in the maroon singlet. She's a 6. She placed 6 last year, 29 and 10.
Attention, can I have the trainer report to mat 6? Trainer to mat 6, please.
And Rinksmeyer, the athlete from Pierre. So we'll keep our eye on mat 4. Over there on mat 1, Robinson with a 7-2 lead. Now 7-5. So Keach jumping right back into this and with a cross face. A good one too on mat 1. Open, there's a roll through, and there's 2 reversals for Robinson with a little bit of a back turn too. So over there on mat 3, Bayless and Hendricks. Hendricks with an early 3-0 lead. But Bayless working hard to get a turn here. All right, new action on mat 2. That's Tran of Ipswich, Webb from Sioux Falls, Lincoln. Down here on mat 4, Comas getting a nice lead over Rinksmeyer of Pierre. So back on mat 3, Hendricks now with that escape, now ahead 4-0. Larson of Canton versus Ahrens of Clark Willow Lake. On mat 6, the non-viewed match that has a Roosevelt wrestler, Neeson versus Novi of Millbank, so a local talent from north and east of Watertown. And Novi out there, and she scores that first initial takedown for a 3-point lead. Ahrens with a 3-0 lead with that early takedown, first period action. And Comas down here on mat 4 and on a single leg, or now double leg, trying to change up. Rinksmeyer with a nice counter. And both in a couple of body locks here down on mat 1. And Comas will end up getting the takedown and backers off that. So Over here on mat 3, Hendricks with a little more separation up 11-0. And on mat 2, Tran and Webb. Tran had a lead, now it is 4-3. So Webb jumping back up top there. Tran's to her feet, we'll see if she can get away. And there's a return. So that's on mat 2. So mat 1, 4-3. That's Larson ahead over Ahrens from Clark Willow Lake. Ahrens to her feet, and then broken back down by Larson. So 9-0, Novi up on mat 6. Over Neeson. Neeson in on a shot though on mat 6. Countered by Novi, and no points yet awarded here on mat 6, and there's a 3-point takedown for Novi. So, and she's got wrist and half turn, and that'll make this 12-0, and we'll see if she can secure the fall here on mat 6. Still 4-3 on mat 1 with Larson with the lead, and Novi able to get the fall over there on mat 6, so she'll get a pin over Neeson of Roosevelt. Back here on mat 4, that's Sanchez of Madison and Gay of Huron. And Madison wrestler almost had a takedown, then got excellent counter by Gay. Although Gay is behind right now, 5-8. Oh, and there's a headlock, the reach behind headlock, and there's 2-point reversal for Sanchez and more backers. All right, back here on mat 3, takedown. And mat 3 has Gannon of Canton and Caburn, Caven of Pier. So that'll be an end in pinfall on mat 4 for Sanchez. All right, over there on mat 2, that's Vanessa Anderson. Wrestling Manzanar of Sioux Valley. Anderson had a nice, she got the takedown in a far side cradle, and she got a little risky with that cradle and kind of pulled the gal right on top of her, and I could hear Coach Gaikowski saying after she was able to recover, "Don't do that." You could hear him over the din of the crowd here. So yeah, you don't want to pull somebody over the top yet. Sometimes that can end not in your favor, but nevertheless, she got a 3-point near fall when doing cradle, and I didn't hear any complaints out of Coach Gaikowski on that one. So it is now 7-0, and same thing with that cradle, although still a little risky where Vanessa's at. This is on mat 2. And there she's able to straighten it out a little bit. So got to stay square to your opponent. All right, mat 1, Walker of Sioux Falls, Washington versus Stewart of Aberdeen. I've been impressed with this Walker athlete. She's got good spring on her. That's at 100. So although no score through the first period there, so we'll keep an eye on that one. 3-1 down here on mat 4. That's Wah of Huron with the lead over Mays from Webster. Mat 3. That's got Gibson of Tri-Valley versus Vardsven of Madison, and the Madison athlete up 7-0 and in a pinfall situation. With a cradle, there's another 4, so that'll make it 11-0. Vardsveen over Gibson. All right. Paying attention to mat 1. Walker with that escape. Ahead 1-0. Back on mat 2. Nice double leg shot and lift and return for Speck over Wrestling Ketwig there from Canton. So Speck from Pierre. Really nice, and then she able to stack up a armbar wrist combo, and she'll get rewarded with 3 points for that as well. So that'll move this score to 9-3. Speck over Ketwig. Back to mat 1, still 1-0, no score. 30 seconds to go, second period. Mat 4. Wah continues to lead 3-2 over Mays from Webster. Mays with the turn and face, then she'll get a point. So now it'll be, well, the score went from 3-2 down to 6-3. So we'll go with that one, at least for now. Wah with the lead. Over there on mat 6, Kruger, Groton, the state champ, and Frankfurt of Clark Willow Lake. Kruger with an early 5-0 lead and the pin. So Liza Kruger keeps rolling on here at 110 she's competing at. All right, third period, mat 1. Walker still with the lead over Stewart. And Speck able to get the win over on mat 2 for Pierre. Mat 3. Seo of Sioux Falls Lincoln will be wrestling Kranz of Canton. I take that back. Warzeka of Canton versus Olivia Anderson of Watertown. I thought that was incorrect. So OA versus Warzeka, both excellent competitors. Still 1-0. Walker, albeit, oh, she got in some trouble and got a little high, and there is a reversal for Stewart, so that'll make it 2-1. Stewart now with the lead, 57 seconds to go over Walker from Sioux Falls. Roosevelt, Olivia down here with the takedown and armbar wrist combo, and it's really tight here on mat 3 over her Canton opponent Warzeka. Stewart with a tough half on Walker. Walker's to her feet though, trying to break that grip, and they'll give an escape for that. So 43 seconds to go, all tied, mat 3. Pinfall on mat 4 between Mays and Wah, and Mays getting the win for the Bearcats on Webster. So again, 2-2, Walker and Stewart, Aberdeen, Sioux Falls, Washington. There's a run behind, snap down, run behind, and Walker gets a late takedown, which makes it 5-2. Stewart with an immediate escape, so that's now 5-3, 17 seconds to go. We'll see if Stewart can get a shot off here. There's a shot. And a turnaround, that's a 3-point takedown. Now that's 6-5. Stewart, 5-4. We'll see if Walker can get away. And it doesn't appear so. So 6-5. Outstanding match by the athletes out there. Stewart from Aberdeen getting the win over Walker from Sioux Falls, Washington. Excellent, excellent action. Great effort early in the season. they will see each other again in a lot of placing rounds in tournaments coming up. So, of course, girls wrestling in South Dakota, only one class. So, unlike the boys who have a B and an A, the girls only one. So, the biggest schools wrestle the smallest schools, all under one roof. Olivia Anderson up 7-1 on mat 2 over Warzeka from Canton. Excuse me, on mat 3. Warzeka in on a single. Olivia pulling hard on an ankle, and Olivia just had to give that up. Now 7-4 with the lead. And Warzeka with a crossface. Athletes competing at 120 this year. Olivia working that top elbow over her, trying to get some position, and Warzeka saying no dice to that. So 1:10 to go here on mat 3. Warzeka third last year at 107 from Canton, wrestling our state champion from Watertown here. So Olivia keeps trying to pull that top arm over, and Warzeka keeps working that far ankle. So not a whole lot of anything going on currently. Down here on mat 3, no change, 4-7. That Olivia's ahead yet, and 35 seconds to go. Warzeka has a cross body right. She's a very long wrestler. So, and almost, she's got like a cross body, and she's trying to kind of hip her over Olivia, and Olivia's kind of flattened out and just not letting any back exposure happen, albeit she is working hard, Brooke is. Warzeka with a far side crossface. Again, we're concentrating on mat 3 here. 5 seconds to go here, second period. So there's the tap. So we'll see who is on top. Green's choice. So Olivia will get the choice this time. We'll do a quick spin around here. Ortega, Canton, Cacconi from Brookings on mat 2. Taking a little breather down there on mat 3 for timeout. On mat 1, Schaefer, Mitterheim O'Harrell versus Sa of Huron. Mat 6, Scavari of Millbank versus Stack of Sioux Falls Lincoln. And on mat 4, with a 6-0 lead, Fisher of Pier over Rosted from Sioux Falls, Washington. So, all right, good action on mat 2 with Ortega over to Crony getting a takedown. No, a 2-point reversal, forgive me. So that's 2-0 Ortega. Again, down here with Olivia and Warzeka's match, that is a blood time situation for Warzeka of Canton. So now we're going to get back to action. This will be third period. And Olivia says both on their feet, so we're going both on her feet. Olivia Anderson up 7-4 at present. So we'll keep our eyes on that one with a couple of high state place winners last year. Olivia in on a double leg. She's seeing if she can't finish. And no change, lots of action though. Of course, Olivia's got that big time gas tank on her. And Warzeka not backing down herself at all either. So stand by. And we got a little blood time here. So now we're going to do a little mat. Some mat custodial work. So oh, just a little one. All right, well done by that worker down there. I wonder if we're paying him. Well, maybe we're paying him in popcorn. He looks like he's got a big box in front of him now. Oh, found another spot, so. All right, nevertheless, mat 1 now has Schaefer and Sa still going at it. Mat 2, new wrestlers there, Stanglin and Goldad from Aberdeen, Stanglin from Pier. Again, 1:36 to go, third period. Third place finisher Warzeka, state champion Olivia Anderson. Both fighting for position, head position there. Again, we're concentrating on mat 3. Oh, arm drag. Defense by Warzeka, attempted by Anderson. Anderson not liking that tie, so she'll back out, and we're right down the middle of the track here. 1:06 to go in the match. Olivia Anderson up 7-4. Mat 4, that was a pin for the Sioux Valley athlete. That'd be no, I take that back. That'd be McGaw of Huron. Olivia just got warned for stalling there. 46 seconds to go in the match. Olivia Anderson still ahead of her Canton opponent, 7-4. Oh, Olivia with the arm drag, and she's still in a position of advantage, but fought off by Warzeka nicely. Olivia's in on a dump. She's in on that, I'll call it outside fireman's, and she's working through it. Again, no change yet, no control. Olivia's got that, now she's gonna get points right here. There's 3, and there's a takedown here. Couple of really good high school athletes going at it here. Olivia Anderson now got a 10-4 lead, less than 5 seconds to go in the match. She's gonna get that for a win, but excellent competiting out there. Or excellent competing out there. So mat 1, Boshek Clark, Long from Sioux Falls, Washington. And Long jumps out to an early 5-0 lead. Mat 2, Stanglin over Goldad right now. Stanglin up 6-0. And Pierre and Clark Willow Lake down here on mat 3. That looks like Blaha and Jurdy. So there is not a whole lot of rest between these bouts for these gals out here. All right, mat 6, Scavari getting the win over Stack from Sioux Falls Lincoln. Scavari from Millbank. So all right. Bosek on top on mat 2, and there's a 2-point reversal. So now 5-2. She's trailing Long from Sioux Falls, Washington. Mat 6. Let's see what we have here. It looks like Rhodey of Canton and Nichols of Clark Willow Lake. So about 2:27 if you're playing at home. So again, we're moving right along down here. All right, mat 4. Erickson of Brookings has a 3-0 lead over Bendorf of Kingsbury County right now. Down here on mat 2, or excuse me, mat 3, Jurdy getting the pinfall win over Blaha. Mat 2, Stanglin continues to lead Goldade of Aberdeen. Stanglin from Pierre up 6-0. So still 6-2, Boshek, 5-2, Boshek behind Long here in Washington. Boshek in the top position, that's mat 1. Down here on mat 4, 3-1. Erickson still leads Bendorf 3-1. So they're going both on their feet. I think that was the Brookings athlete's choice, so. Bochek still unable to get a turn down there, but so still trailing. It was 5-0. She got a reversal to begin this period, and so now 5-2. And it's going to end this period at 5-2. So they'll go to the next one. Stanglin with the reversal there, so she'll be up 10-0 on mat 2. Mat 3, King of Canton, Jonke of Miller Highmore Herald. So we'll concentrate our gaze at Bochek and Long, mat 1, their 5-2 match. And the one directly due to east of them as well. That's mat 4, Erickson and Bendorf. So 6:50 on your Friday night. You're watching Watertown Girls Invitational Wrestling from the Watertown Civic Arena. A couple years ago, they did a little redesign. They really spiffed this place up, and it can hold a lot of events with a lot of people in great comfort, and with some tricked out scoreboards, and just makes the whole experience a lot more fan friendly and user friendly. Bocek in on a double, and she's still in bounds. There's a 3-point takedown, and that's going to be all tied up right near the edge of the mat. Mat 1. 6-2 down here on mat 2. Mat 4. Erickson with the lead. Stanglin continues to lead over there on mat 2, and there's a headlock takedown on mat 3. And that's Coughlin over Say. So Coughlin's going to get the win. So 29 seconds to go here. Bocek and Long on mat 2. We'll see if Bocek can get a turn or what will happen here. She's got that tight waist wrist. Long trying to get some hand control. Oh, her coach, she's got that armbar wrist, and slight turn. Oh, and there's a 1 count. And I think she does have back points. I'm seeing 2. I'm seeing 2 for Bocek, and 2-point near fall. That's going to get her the win. So we're down 5-0. She's going to come back and win 7-5. Nice come from behind win for the athlete from Clark Willow Lake. So moving on to down here on mat 4, Erickson still leads 6-2 over Bendorf for Kingsbury County. Mat 3, Himmler and Yazzie of Roosevelt, and Himmler with the armbar and pin. So Himmler will pick up another win. All right, now on mat 1, She of Huron versus Wordle of Mobridge. Oh, forgive me, Miller, Highmore Herald. Geez, I'll get stoned over in the center of the country, or the center of our state. Wordle with a quick turn. Erickson continues to lead down here on mat 4, 6-2. And in action on mat 3, King of Canton and Jonkey, Miller Highmore Herald. So Miller's got a couple of athletes going on right now. And over there on mat 2, Heasley of Pier, Larson of Pier. So little teammate on teammate action. So again, let's not forget the Arrows, unfortunately, only have 3 home wrestling meets the entire 2025-2026 season. This one we're counting as 1. Tomorrow, the boys Marv Sherrill duels. Unfortunately, Arrow TV will not be covering that. And then put down on your calendar January 29th when there'll be a dual triangular with girls and boys here. But that's it for home action. Maybe we can get some other volunteer or what do you call that, exhibitions. Let's get some exhibitions here to show up. Of course, team-wise for the girls this year, Canton has the early lead, at least for team points. Watertown 2nd, Pier 3rd, Aberdeen Central 4th, and Harrisburg, led by Regina Stozier, they're 5th. So there could be a lot of shucking and jiving for a state title this year. Pier, for the last few years, it had such a dominant lineup. They graduated some of their fine student athletes, so a little bit more wide open this year. So pay attention, folks. It's time to, you know, the season starts and it kind of molders for a little bit. And then about January 15th, all of a sudden it turns into you're in the region and the state tournament. Of course, the region this year, for Region 1, that's the one the arrows are in DeSmit on February 19th. And of course, state meet out in at the Denny in Sioux Falls. So, all right, we better pay attention here what's going on. Mat 4, really nice pickup by middle of Ipswich Leola in on the Canton wrestler, and there's another shot. And there's another 3, so she's up quickly, 9-2. And with the release now 9-3 on Mat 1, she from here on in Wordle. And that one's going to end with Wordle getting the pin. So Mat 2, the peer-on-peer action. Heasley and Larson. It's 3-1. We'll see if we can tell who is ahead. It looks like Heasley's got the lead. And then down here on Mat 3, we'll get a new action down there. Gustafson up here, Robinson from Marion Freeman. So Heasley continuing the lead on Mat 2. Hobart, Miller, Highmore, Herald, and Hobbs of Aberdeen. That'll be at 135 on Mat 1. And down here on Mat 4, down here on Mat 4, Middle continues to lead leg of Canton, 15-4. So Mat 2, the Rebel of Marion Freeman with a takedown. Now Butcher series, cross face, and there's a turn for Robinson. Just short time there, 15 seconds, and Robinson will get the pinfall. So she'll get the win there. Still 3-1 on Mat 1, or Mat 2. Lily Heasley with the lead over Larson, both peer athletes. And Hobart and Hobbs, Aberdeen, still scoreless. Oh, there's a headlock by Hobart right near the buzzer. She'll get 3 points and a 3-point near fall, all in that last 10 seconds. So Hobart jumps out 6-zip over Hobbs. Early though, second period action coming up. Middle continues to lead 16-4 on Mat 4, and that will be 19-4, and that will be a technical fall. So Middle wins by a technical fall over the leg of Canton. Over here on Mat 3, Lynn-Paw Jones and Guthmiller, a couple of athletes that have that are highly regarded. Guthmiller, again, ranked number 1 at 138. Lynn-Paw Jones, number 5 at 145. She's just a freshman, is Lynn-Paw. And Guthmiller, of course, is the junior. So Guthmiller with a couple of turns. And there's a Butcher series, and Guthmiller is going to get the win by pin there, so that'll be she'll continue her winning ways here at the Civic Arena. So, all right, Mat 4, Wordle of Miller Highmore Herald over wrestling Van Hop from Sioux Valley. Hobart, Miller Highmore Herald now 10-1 over Hobbs from Aberdeen on Mat 1. Mat 2, Miller of Clark Willow Lake over wrestling Hinricher from Brookings. Miller with a 3-0 lead at present. And here on Mat 3, St. John of Pierre, currently behind Meyer of Madison. Not to be outdone, Wallace and Guthmiller. Guthmiller from Sioux Valley and Wallace from Aberdeen on mat 6. So good roll through and a bit of a scramble over here. Guthmiller had the lead and now is reversed and is now fighting for on her back. And Wallace of Aberdeen will win by fall over Guthmiller of Sioux Valley. That's about 2:35. So right at 7 o'clock right now. We are continuing on. And just hour 3 of wrestling broadcasting, which doesn't bother me the least. So over there on mat 2, Miller now ahead 6-1 and has their opponent on her back. 2 seconds now, 1 short time, and that'll end the period. So that'll be 10-1. Miller now with the lead. On mat 3, St. John of Pierre and Madison, and Meyer from Madison. Meyer continues to lead that one 7-0. And on mat 4, Lewis of Pierre, McCracken of Canton. So that's likely Abby Lewis of Pierre. She is ranked number 1 and is a returning 2-time state champ for the Govs. We haven't had much time to talk about some of these athletes because things just move pretty quickly. Lewis with the takedown there, but 35-3 last year, 2-time state champ returning. She wrestled out in Denver at the Cosmic Clash in in Denver in September, and there she just was able to get a win there over McCracken. So good to have Lewis in the house tonight, and maybe we'll see her one more match tonight. So now back to mat 1, Glanzer here on Resler of Aberdeen. Resler gets a takedown there. On mat 1, mat 6, Mock of Aberdeen and A of Huron. Mock getting the turn, and there could be a pinfall there. Mock got a takedown, and it's got a wrist and half combination. And about 1:30 to go in that match, and there's a pinfall there. So Mock picks up another win tonight. Over there on mat 2, Qualseth, Canton, great check of our arrows. So a couple of very good athletes right there. Great check for 6th place last year, 13-3 for the Cats. And Lakin Qualseth, Canton, she was 8th place last year at 145 and 36-19. So Brooke with a nice shot, able to turn that into a 2-point or 3-point takedown. Kind of got Lakin leaning a little bit and just able to shoot under those arms and turn it into a 3-point takedown. So Brooke with that near side cran getting a arm point or arm bar, and near reversal. We're talking mat 2 here. Great check and Qualseth. Qualseth, of course, from Canton, and we had a little blood time there. So that'll give us a chance to do a quick spin round. Geed of Kingsbury County on mat 6 over in Torrance of Webster. Geed, an excellent competitor, state place winner last year, I think 4th. Yeah, 4th at 152, Kingsbury County freshman. Glanzer Resler right there on mat 1, Resler from Aberdeen with the lead. Mat 3, it's 14-7. Meyer of Madison over St. John from Pierre, and no score on mat 4 here. That's sack rider Brookings Pelly from Pier. And maybe, not quite sure that's accurate. No, Larson from Canton and Lair from Brookings. So no score right there on page on mat 4. All right, back to our match in. Well, I hope they got the blood time rolling on the scoreboard. Hopefully they're actually counting down the correct time over there. And Graycheck turned that wrist and arm bar into a pinning combination. She'll get the win here tonight. Brooke Graycheck having a very nice night here for Team Aero. So she'll continue her winning ways today. Larson from Canton getting the win on mat 4. All right, mat 6, Tostenson, Millbank, Olson from Sioux Valley. Olson getting that first quick takedown. Mat 3 continues there, Glanzer and Resler from Aberdeen. Resler still with the lead, 4-1. Mat 2, Eden Hawk of the Arrows versus Wallner of Canton, which is not accurate. I'm on the wrong. That's Tran.
Attention. Moving on back down to 4 mats. We will not use mat 6 after the 3 bouts that are already on the board.
All right, forgive me. Mat 2 has got Tran of Ipswich, Leola, and Sherry of Huron over there. Tran out front early. Mat 4, Roosevelt and Alcester Hudson. That's Penn of Roosevelt and, oh, forgive me, Penn of Roosevelt, Long of Canton. No score there. Over here on mat 3, that's Nevaeh Schanbeck and Watertown, and Nelson of Aberdeen just getting started. And see what we have here on mat 1. Oh, we're still wrestling. Resler and Glanzer. Resler, that Aberdeen wrestler, still ahead over there on mat 6. Tossenson with the escape. And it's 3-1. With Olson still ahead. Sioux Valley still ahead over Millbank. All right. Let's see what Nevaeh can do over here on mat 3. All right, back on mat 2. A crossface for Tran. Well, I take that back. That's a crossface for Sherry of Huron. And Sherry with the lead right now here on 3-2. Resler on mat 1. Picked up some points now ahead, 7-1, and now with the turn right at the boundary. An almost turn at the boundary, let's just call it that. So no points awarded. He has a half Nelson in, but unable to turn it into points. So no score down here on mat 4 yet. With Penn and Long, Roosevelt and Canton. And a scoreless first period between Schanbeck and Nelson on mat 3. All right, back to mat 6. Sanchez, Madison, Rinksmeyer of Pier. So Sanchez has had a nice day for the Madison Bulldogs. All right, Nevaeh in on a shot and defense well by Nelson, and Nelson's able to turn that into some back points. So, and Nevaeh able to escape the back, but did give up 3 back points. So a little work to do there for our Arrow. Nice lift by Hendricks over Novi on mat 1, and Hendricks with the wrist half combination, and there's a pin right there on mat 1. So back over to mat 6. Rinksmeyer with that 3-0 lead over Sanchez of Madison. So Nelson still in control, or on top, over Schanbeck of Watertown there. About 55 seconds to go in this match. 0-0 down here in front of us with Penn and Long, Roosevelt and Canton wrestler called for a clasping of the hands, so that's going to put the first points on the board for Penn. So she will lead 1-0. Of course, she's still in the bottom position. So, and Eden Hawk getting to make her debut here in the arena. She is wrestling Wallner from Canton. Eden, defending state champ from last year, had a super fine season. And 40-1 last year. Of course, Eden's a junior. So, and Nevaeh, no change down there in that second period. So, however, there is another period left. And we'll see what Long does. Or excuse me, Nelson chooses down. So Nevaeh be in that top position. No score with Hawk and Wallner of Canton on mat 1. 2 points for Long for Canton on mat 4. She's got a half and a reverse half. And we'll see if she can't ease her opponent back. But Penn's fighting it off, and only a 1 count there. No points yet. There's Eden with a 3-point takedown. Nevaeh, Nelson getting a reversal on her, so now that's 5-0. Nelson over Nevaeh Schanbeck. Over there on mat 2. Kaven Appear has the lead over Stewart of Aberdeen, and with more back points as well coming. So Long able to get the win over Penn on mat 4, and that will bring us to Sackrider of Brookings versus Pell. Of course, Candace last year, Brookings athlete, 3rd place in the state tournament, 27-9 on the season. Nelson still in control down on mat 3 over Nevaeh Schanbeck. All right, over on mat 2, Speck of Pier Manzanar of Sioux Valley. And Eden Hawk with a 3-0 lead on the bottom here to begin the second period. Wallner from Canton, her opponent. And Sackrider and Pelly from Pier. So there's Nevaeh getting a reversal, and she has an arm bar, half, and a wrist, and there's the tip over. So Nevaeh with a reversal here on mat 3. We'll see if she can turn it into, she needs points late. There's only 7 seconds to go in the match. That one goes all 3 periods, but Nelson from Aberdeen gets the win over Nevaeh Schanbeck of Watertown 5-2. Good athletes. They will see each other and much more, as this is just early on in the early wrestling for the South Dakota season. Sackrider up 5-0 here in mat 4. And mat 2, Speck gets the pin. Here we go, mat 3. Allison Conrad, the wrestling Taft from Pier. Allison, of course, the USF commit. Super proud of her, 42-2 last year. State champ, second in 2024. I think her career record somewhere around 124-32. So 100 win club winner there. Very impressive, and she's got a takedown and a power half there on mat 3. And there she's able to get the turn, so. All right. On mat 1, DeYoung, Kingsbury County versus Boschek of Clark Willow Lake. Over here on mat 6. Sanchez and Rinksmeyer. Sanchez, it looks like, was able to, no, I take the Gibson and Mays, that was it. So, no, I don't think I am right. It might have been Sanchez getting the win on that one, I believe it was. So, and now it's Gibson Mays. Mays from Webster, Gibson from Tri-Valley. So, I got a little distracted when he got our own Homer athletes out there, so I apologize for that. Gibson with a nice lift on mat 6 to score a takedown over Mays. Boschek out quickly, 3-0 over over DeYoung from Kingsbury. No score on mat 2. That's McGaw of Huron and Tacony from Brookings. So a good one over there. Down on mat 3. Sale from Lincoln and Sa from Huron. So Sa with a nice reversal and back points. And on mat 4, Frankfurt, Clark Willow Lake, and Rosted from Sioux Falls, Washington. Frankfurt of Clark Willow Lake has her in a 3/4 Nelson. And no pinfall, no call yet. Clark Willow Lake athlete up 6-1 right now, of course, or excuse me, 2-0 with back points pending, and there's the pinfall. So the 3/4 Nelson, you don't see it much, but it can get the job done, as evidenced by that win by the Clark Willow Lake wrestler. So Gibson and Mays still over there. Mays with a 10-0 lead at the moment. No, excuse me, Gibson with the 10-0 lead from Tri-Valley. And Gibson will get the technical fall over Mays. So mat 1, DeYoung and Boschek. Boschek continues to lead. DeYoung was in on a shot, and then Boschek was able to turn it into points for herself, so they're able to get 3 more, so 10-1, she's ahead right now. Mat 2, McGaw of Huron, Tacony from Brookings, and McGaw has a 3-0 lead down here on mat 3, 7-0. Sa over Seo of Lincoln. Seo getting a 1-point escape. 1:06 to go in that period, and ooh, nice Kelly dump by the Clark Willow, or the Canton athlete down here in mat 4. That would be Warzeka and Jurdy. Jurdy, of course, from Clark Willow Lake. Warzeka getting out to a 7-1 lead. Again, still 3-0 over there in mat 2 with McGaw and Tacony. And I think, again, the uniforms betray me. I think Tacony might have the lead here. on that mat 2 action. Yes, I believe that is accurate. I think that is the, yes. So on mat 1, again, oh, now 5. 10-5. Young with a bit of a comeback there. Both athletes. DeYoung still in the top position. Minute 51 to go in that one. Warzeka able to get the pinfall on mat 4. And 7-4. Seo had a comeback, and then Sa was able to catch her on the edge of the mat for a takedown and near fall points. So Sa's up 10-4, and she'll get 4 more. And down there on mat 3. And that one's going to end in fall. So Chali Sa of Huron at 110 is wins by fall over Seo from Lincoln. Good to see those Sioux Falls Lincoln athletes up here. All right, moving on mat 3. Bendorf, Kingsbury County, and Wordle, Miller Highmore Herald. Again, no change in score on mat 2, still 3-0 to Crony over McGaw. Oh, big headlock try on mat 1, and again, no points scored yet. And after the scramble, 3 more for Bocek. Excuse me, 3 more for King. So now 8-12 is that match here on mat 1. So, and King has a kind of a modified cradle right there, and there it is. There's a swipe. I don't know if any swipe enough for backers. Now she's getting a little high. 20 seconds to go in that match on mat 1, and she did get 3 near fall out of that. So now we're at 11-12. And King still mounting a rally here. We'll see if she can't get one more turn. Just 5 seconds to go in the match. So big time rally for DeYoung, but Bocek will win that one on mat 4 by 1, 12-11. So, all right, at present we have 1 match going, and it's on mat 3. Bendorf of Kingsbury County, Wordle of Miller Highmore Herald, and Bendorf with the lead, 3-1 right now, I believe. All right. Mat 1, Alexis Bryant, McCook Central Montrose. She's wrestling Stanglin from Pier. And Bryant, of course, the returning state champ. And she scores an early takedown. So that's mat 1. Back over here on mat 3. Bendorf continues to lead over Wordle. 5-2, Wordle in on a headlock. And no change yet. Bendorf trying to hook a leg, and she's able to secure that 3-point takedown. And so that'll move her lead to 8-2 on mat 3. So mat 1, Scavari, Milbank, Say from Huron. And Just 20 seconds left there, and backers now, again, for Bendorf, Kingsbury County. Oh, there's a reversal and trouble, possible trouble here on mat 3. So there's a 2-point reversal and back points, and short time though. So that'll be 2 near fall for Wordle, and that'll move the match to 12-6 with 1 period left to go. So keep your eyes peeled on that one. New action there on mat 2. Von I from here on, Heasley from here. And Bendorf will be on top, and oh, nice bottom move, but no change for Wordle. Wordle quick off the bottom, but unable to complete any scoring there, despite pretty good effort. And no change, so still 12-6, 1:40 to go, 3rd period. Bendorf with that power half. Again, we're concentrating on mat 3 here. Mat 1, Scabry, Milbank. She's up 3-0. And she'll go both up against her opponent, Say, from here on in. Say in on a single. This is mat 1. Now we'll go back to mat 3. And Bendorf again with some getting the tip there, and she'll get a 4-point near fall, making it 16-6, but Wordle gets a escape. 50 seconds to go in that match, so there's still a lot of time here, 16-7. Both athletes have gotten near fall points in this match, so it isn't like it isn't a takedown and let them go kind of show. They were both athletes putting some scoring out there. Bendorf in on a single leg, getting defensed hard by Wordle. And we'll see if Wordle can't hook a boot in there to just stay out of trouble. Bendorf trying to backdoor out of that. And there'll be a 13 seconds to go, stalemate. So, and Say on mat 1 with a headlock combination. And that'll be a fall right there. Say over Scavari of Milbank. I pin over there in mat 2, no score. So far, Von I and Heasley. So 16-7, that's how that one will end, Wordle and Bendorf. And so that will leave us one active match at present on mat 2. That's Heasley with a wrist and half, trying to get the turn. Again, no turn there. Getting near the boundary, and there's a turn. Again, Heasley in the top position, right on the boundary. Of course, as long as one part of you is in bounds, it doesn't matter if your opponent is out of bounds. There's all a scoring situation or possible near fall situation. And Heasley will win by fall over Don I. So back to live action on mat 1. McCracken Canton versus Meyer of Madison. That's that 155. So over here on mat 3. Wordle of Wolbersheimer and Herald versus Leg of Canton. That's at 145. Excuse me, 135. 135. And mat 2 just about ready to get underway. Nichols, Park Willow Lake, and Rhodey of Canton. So no score on mat 1. And no score on mat 3. And we'll see if we can't get something going on mat 2. Rhodey in on a single leg, able to turn that almost into points. Well defense, well hustled by Nichols, and he did award 3-point near fall there. So there's that 3-point near fall for Rhodey, and armbar wrist, fundamentals, and we've seen a bunch of those here today. So, and Rhodey getting near fall points right now. All right, McCracken and Meyer on mat 1 going at it. And Rhodey will get the pin on mat 2 over Nichols from Park Willow Lake. And Wordle in control on mat 3. Over leg from Canton. So all our mats right now, all 3 of them, we're going to have another Canton wrestler on mat 2. Robinson from Marion Freeman and Qualseth for Canton. And Qualseth with a quick single and turn and 3-point takedown. So again, no score in that middle in our mat 1. All right, and breaking up the Canton party on mat 4 is Hinricher of Brookings, Hobbs from Aberdeen. Hobbs, of course, will be in the yellow. All right, mat 3, Wordle continues to lead 7-0. Qualseth with a cradle, and she'll get awarded 4 points, so that'll move that score 7-0. Qualseth over Robinson, and still no score here on mat 4. Or, yeah, mat 1, forgive me, mat 1. That's McCracken and Meyer. All right, no score here on mat 4 either. Hinricher and Hobbs. Hinricher almost. There's a 3-point takedown right at the buzzer. Already 7:32 here tonight. They just made the mention that finals action will be upcoming. I think these are all wrestlebacks right now, or placing matches. That's not the correct terminology. All right, Qualseth still with the lead on mat 2. And Wordell still in the lead down here on mat 3. On mat 4, Hinricher with that late takedown continues to lead. Now both athletes on their feet to start the second period. Hinricher up 3-0. And McCracken with that 2-0 lead. And possible backers. There's one, only a 1 count. And there's another, there's going to be some other counts there. And that's a 4-point near fall that'll be awarded to McCracken soon. Hinricher with a 3-point takedown, so now she'll lead 6-0 on mat 4. Mat 2, new action, Taft. Mat 2, Austin Addison of Pier and Penn of Sioux Falls, Roosevelt. Wordle on mat 3 still leads 7-0. And Hinricher continues to lead 6-0 on mat 4. So, and McCracken did get that win on mat 2, or excuse me, mat 1. So things slowing down a little bit. Oh, nice single leg pickup over there on mat 2. 2 backers for Penn of Roosevelt, and she'll get the pinfall. So Penn over Addison of Brookings. All right. Now back on mat 1. Hendricks and Lynn Paul Joan of Aberdeen. Hendricks, I think she's wrestled 5 times, and I'm not sure Lynn Paul Joan hasn't wrestled 5 times either. So Lynn Paul with a takedown and trying to bar up that arm, now using a head lever. That's on mat 1. Hinricher continued to lead 6-0 on mat 4. A couple of Aberdeen wrestlers wrestling on mat 3. That'll be Neitzel and Resler. And over on mat 2, Tostenson and Taft. Taft from Pier, Tostenson from Millbank. So Hinricher with a 3 points awarded, and now Hobbs with an escape, so 9-1 Hinricher with the lead. Short time on mat 1 there. Lynn Paul Joan still ahead, 3-0 over Hendricks, and that'll be the way the first period ends. No score over there on the Tostenson match on mat 2. Tostenson Taft. No, Taft from Pier just was able to score a 3-point takedown. Tostenson facing up. We'll see no escape points awarded there, so this one will stay 3-0 Taft over Tostenson going into the second period. Hobbs with a headlock. We'll see if Hinricher can hold off. And she was able to take that one back, and Hinricher with another takedown, so 12-1. She'll continue to lead. Neitzel and Resler, still no score down here on mat 3. Tostenson on top to begin the second period, and she's working on a power half. And able to mat return there on mat 2 did Tostenson over Taft. Taft with a 3-0 lead via the takedown in the first period. Larson and Torrance will be on mat 1. Larson of Canton, Torrance of Webster. And Hinricher will get the win on mat 4. So new action on mat 4. Yazzie and King. So Yazzie, Sioux Falls, Roosevelt, King of Canton. Yazzie with a nice shot in there.
There was a ring turned in to the announcer's table. If you're missing a ring, please come claim it at the announcer's table. Thank you.
Kenzie King from well, we'll just go King from Canton. There's a Kenzie King, but she would have possibly graduated last year. But anyway, more to the point, let's get focused here a little bit. 7:38, and over here on mat 2, Nevaeh Schanbeck and Sherry of Huron are wrestling. Mat 2, we have Sioux Falls Lincoln and Pier. Larson of Lincoln, Pelly of Pier. Mat 1, Wallner of Canton, Hofer from Aberdeen. And King and Yazzie continue on mat 3, or mat 4. King with a 3-0 lead. Second period, no score here with Schanbeck and Sherry. And mat 2, Pelly will get the win. That's probably Briley Pelly. She was 8th last year for Pier, sophomore this year, 24-19 last year. So working on a new campaign, and good luck to her in the on the season. All right, no score down here with Schanbeck and Sherry. King with a 6-0 lead over Yazzie. And those are our only 2 matches going presently. So Schanbeck with the facing, and Sherry in the position of control right now with Schanbeck trying to escape, and nearing an escape or a reversal right here. No, there's a 2-point reversal. I was going to say, and back points right there, and back points. So King still leads now 10-0 over Yazzie of Lincoln, or Roosevelt, forgive me, and Schanbeck getting a 4-point near fall there on the boundary, so that'll go 0-0 at the start of the period. Now 6-0. Schanbeck getting a little separation from Sherry of Huron. So all right, and we've moved Matt, so this is Mock of Aberdeen and Guthmiller of Sioux Valley. And Mock going for a headlock. This is on mat 1. And Guthmiller trying to fight that off. Again, no points scored yet. No points scored. Potentially dangerous stop of the action on Schanbeck's match. And Guthmiller able to get a takedown and near fall points and a pin. So Guthmiller, Sioux Valley, ending the night with Mock from Aberdeen. So Guthmiller able to get a pin there. So still, again, back to these 2 matches here. Yazzie now trailing 14-4, but putting up some offense. And Schanbeck still leading that 6-0. Short time, and maybe a turn here at the buzzer. Only 5 seconds left. 1, 2. And she will get getting some discussion at the scorers table for the Schanbeck match, and the Yazzie King match continues at 14-4. King still with the lead. 55 seconds to go, 3rd period action then. And
will be on mat 1 will be for 1st and 2nd. Mat 2 will be the 3rd place match. Mat 3 will be the 5th place match. And mat 4 will be for 7 and 8.
all right. Unfortunately, there's some action with back points directly in front of the on mat 4, and we're not able to see it via the match. It ended in a pin, and King able to get the pin there on mat 4. So 3-point takedown for Schanbeck. She's now stretched her lead to 12-0 over Sherry. And we are going to get into the placing matches. These were setting the place for the placing matches. So as soon as Schanbeck and Sherry are finished, they may or may not start these things, but the first place matches will be on mat 1, 3rd and 4th on mat 2, 5th and 6th on mat 3, and 7th and 8th place matches on mat 4. So that's why they announced it. So we'll see how this thing shakes out. It looks like Gannon of Canton and Comas of Madison will be wrestling on mat 1 for the championship.
There was a headgear turned in at the announcer's table. If you're missing your headgear, come find it at the announcer's table. Thank you.
3rd and 4th place for at 100. Caven of Pierre versus Sanchez of Madison. 5th and 6th will be Stewart of Aberdeen versus Rinksmeyer of Pierre, and for 7th and 8th, Walker of Sioux Falls, Washington versus Gay of Huron. So, we might do it from the handheld device on the scoreboard there on mat 3 has, well, what do you call that? Technical difficulties. So, but they'll run it with the handheld device. And we're going to jump right into this action. So, again, the championship match will be Comas of Madison versus Gannon of Canton. And we'll kind of concentrate on those. Comas with an early takedown. That'll give her a 3-0 lead. And we can go through team scores here in a sec as we go here. Comas with the cross face. And she's trying to collapse that into a cradle, picking an ankle there. Schambeck continues to lead down here on mat 3, and she's going to get the win here. So, all right, team scores: Canton 231.5 for first so far. Pierre 160. Second, Aberdeen Central third, 145. Watertown 116.5. That'll be fourth place. Huron 100. Clark-Willow Lake 89. Brookings 87.5. Madison 81. Kingsbury County 76, and Miller Highmore Herald 68 points. So again, still 3-0 down here on the first, second place match here at 100. Over there on the second place match, Caven over and Sanchez. Caven's with the 3-0 lead. Just getting started over here on mat, the 5th and 6th place match. That would be Stewart and Rinksmeyer. And on mat 4, Walker and Gay, Huron and Sioux Falls, Washington. So, and Gay able to get a takedown and no back points though. So, second period there in the first in the championship match. Oh, nice penetration there by Comas, but defense well by Gannon. Comas trying to pull in that single leg, and Gannon hipping down hard, and she's able to turn it into another takedown. So that'll now put Comas up 6-0 in her match, and a stack up right there too, and a stack up pin. So Comas able to get a quick lift to stack them up and hold them, and she's going to win the Watertown Invite this year at the 100-pound weight class. Over there on mat 2. Sanchez and Caven, and Sanchez has a cradle on right now. No score in mat 3, or on mat 3 there. That's the 5th and 6th place match with Stewart and Rinksmeyer, Aberdeen and Pierre. And Walker and Gay 3-6 down here with Gay with the lead. So, all right. So Sanchez is up 9-3 in that third place match, but getting a little blood time over there. No score in the 5th and 6th place match yet, and we've started the title match for 105. Vardsveen Madison versus Vanessa Anderson of our Watertown Arrows, and Vardsveen jumps out with a takedown 3-0 over Vanessa. Sanchez again over there in that with that cradle on in that 3rd place match on mat 2. Vardsveen had kind of a cradle, gave that up in this 105 championship match. Continuing to lead, Gay continuing to lead over Walker here in the 7th and 8th place match, and now 3-2 on mat 3 with Rinksmeyer still ahead of Stewart 3-2. Just like that, 9-9 over there in the 3rd place match at the 100-pound class. Sanchez and Madison, or Sanchez from Madison, Caven from Pierre. All right. Vardsveen on the championship match, she deferred, and Vanessa chose both up, and we'll see if Vanessa can't there's Vardsveen went in for a takedown, and Vanessa was able to stretch her out, and no points. But Vanessa does have a kind of a cradle, but there's been no takedown awarded yet, but she might be able to get an offhand pinfall. That's what the refs down there looking at on mat 1. Again, no control for either wrestler right now. Over there in mat 2, Caven is going to get some back points. Again, no points awarded here on mat 1 yet. Oh, they did. They gave 3 points to Vanessa. So for exposure, they gave her 4. And 2-point reversal. So, all right. They got 7-5, Vanessa with the lead right now. So 45 seconds to go here, championship at 105. All right, Vanessa trying to scoot for a reversal. Oh, left herself open a little bit for a chin drop. Unable to capitalize was Vardsveen. Again, back over here on mat 2, 13-10. Caven with the lead. Just 5 seconds to go. Sanchez went for a desperation headlock. Vardsveen able to get some backers here with the turn. 1 second left, and she's going to get a 4-point near fall. So we got 9-7 on the scoreboard. Vardsveen over Vanessa Anderson at present. So, and we're going to talk about some of the scoring here. So, all right, over here for 5th place on mat 3. I think Rinksmeyer got the win. And over here on mat 4, still at 100. Walker trails Gay 11-2. But still, 3rd period just got started, so. All right, back to that championship match here, 105. Now still officially 9-7 after discussion. Vanessa Anderson, oh, with a big time headlock. Oh boy. Did we get any points awarded yet for a takedown? I don't know, but boy, there was a big time All right, that's 3 near fall. Oh no, just forgive me. She had a big time headlock, no points scored, 3-point takedown for Vardsveen. So the period started 9-7. Now with that 3-point takedown, 12-7. Vardsveen over Anderson, 1:20 to go in the match. So excellent jump off the whistle for Vanessa, but unable to turn it into points. And Vardsveen able to get a turn there. So that's 2 more red, so that'll make it 14-7. Vardsveen over Vanessa Anderson of the Arrows. All right. Mat 2, Gibson and Speck, Pier and Tri-Valley. 105, 3rd place. Ooh, Vanessa Vardsveen with a wrist and half turn. Vanessa able to power out of that though. And there's another turn for Vardsveen. Down here on mat 4, Gay is going to get the win for 7th place, and at present on mat 3 for 105, Mays and Manzanar. Mays from Webster, Manzanar from Sioux Valley, just getting started. No, I take that back. Mays up 7 or 8-0, and a very hard-fought match. Vardsveen able to get the pinfall and is the champion, 105 at in the Watertown Aero Invite. So, but we're not moving right along. Liza Krieger, Groton athlete, the state champ. She will be going facing Schaefer of Miller Highmore Herald at the 110 finals. So. Mat 2, Speck from Pier gets the win over Gibson. I think, let me look at that. Yes, I believe that's how that went. Down here on mat 3, good action, 6-8. So. All right, no score here at the 110 final, which is Kruger of Groton and Schaefer of Miller Highmore Herald. Mat 2, Frankfurt of Clark-Willow Lake wrestles Sa of Huron for 3rd place. Mat 3, 110, Rosted of Sioux Falls, Washington, and Seo of Sioux Falls, Lincoln for 5th and 6th. And mat 4 is still tangling for 7th and 8th with Wah of Huron and Ketwig from Canton. And Wah with a takedown and near fall points right at present. So no score in the title match at 110 yet. Kruger and Schaefer. All right, still 1-0 over there in the Clark-Willow Lake Huron matchup for 3rd place with Frankfurt and Sa. No score down here with Seo and Rosted for 5th and 6th, and 7-0 Wow over Ketwig of Canton for 8th place. Again, that's still at 105 there on mat 4.
Attention, you have the top 6 place winners in the 100-pound weight division. Please report to the southeast corner of the gym.
All right, still no score in that title match, and there we have maybe some backers right there. Kruger able to hook up that leg and far arm and apply some pressure and gets a pinfall. So Lizzie Kruger, your champion at 110. Here at the Watertown Invite over Schaefer of Miller Highmore Herald. Back to over here on mat 3, or excuse me, mat 2. Frankfurt or Sa.
In 6th place from Aberdeen, Paisley Stewart. In 5th place from here, Corey Ringsmeyer. In 4th place from Madison, Layla Sanchez. In 3rd place from here, Sydney Kamen. 2nd place from Canton, Jewel Gannon. And your winner, the 100-pound weight class from Madison, Ella Kumas.
All right, moving on here. Mat run 115, Moss of Aberdeen and Ortega from Canton. Still wrestling here at 105. On mat 4 is Wah and Ketwig. And Ketwig just tied this thing up at 8-8, so 26 seconds to go. We'll see if Wah can mount a rally or if Ketwig can get a turn. Now 15 seconds to go. No score in that title match for 115 yet. Moss and Ortega. Yeah, right, and I'm standing up so I can see if anything's going on down there, and that one's gonna end 8-8. So we might have a little overtime. And we are. We're going overtime right now. 1 minute overtime. We'll see who can score first. And in the 110 or 115 title match, it looks like Moss of Aberdeen will defeat Ortega of Canton. And still 8-8 down here, 105. All right, mat 2, Brochek of Clark Willow Lake and Ticroni of Brookings. A little blood time on mat 3 right now, still in overtime at 105 for 7th and 8th on mat 4, and title match out there on mat 1, Olivia Anderson versus Lobbins of Madison. So all right, and Sa able to get, Wah able to get a takedown, so she will be your 7th place winner here tonight. All right, moving on. No score in that title match. Olivia in on a single leg. And there's a 2-point spin around by Lobbins, so. And the release, so 3-1 now. Lobbins over Olivia. Ticroni getting a butcher on mat 2 there over Bocek. Again, no points scored yet, but it's really tight on mat 2. So, all right, mat 3 getting that one off the ground here at 1:15. That's DeYoung of Kingsbury versus McGaw of Huron. And mat 4, Fisher of Pierre versus Kranz of Canton. So Olivia's in on a fireman's carry. Lobbin's able to sprawl back and defend that. So just after 8 o'clock here on Friday night. All right, we're going both up here in the title match. At 1:20, Lobbins and Anderson. Lobbins with a 3-0 lead after 2 minutes. Over there on mat 2, Warzeka got a quick takedown and then did the release. Mat 4 at 110, Fisher with a pinning combination over Kranz at the moment. Still no change on our title match at 120. Lobbins continues to lead 3-0. Now she's trying a hip throw, and we'll see if Olivia fought it off. Still no points awarded, and there's a 3-point takedown for Olivia. So able to muscle through and power through, and now Olivia's up 4-3. 50 seconds to go here in that title match. So over here on mat 3, that one will end Jurdy. No, mat 3. That was DeYoung of Kingsbury getting the win. So, and Fisher getting the win over Kranz at that 110.
In 4th place, from here, Shane Speck.
All right, still no change there.
In 2nd place, from Watertown, Vanessa Anderson. And your champion in the 105-pound weight class, from Madison, Jewel Barnesby.
All right. They announced the place winners for 105, and hopefully they'll put those on the screen so we can summarize those. But until then, we'll just kind of continue with action. Olivia tried a ankle pull, but got a little loose, and near the end of the match, or into the period, Lobbins was able to get a 2-point reversal. So now going into the 3rd period, the score's 5-4 Lobbins with that takedown and reversal, and Olivia with an escape and takedown. So, and she'll start on top. Oh, Olivia with a quick reversal, and then she goes right back to that crossface, and so she's back in the lead, 6-5 over Lobbins. We'll try to do a quick spin around here. On mat 2, Warzeka ahead of Bryant 9-2, and getting more back points right now. Over here on mat 3, that's at 120. Stanglin appeared, Jurdy, and Stanglin appeared, Jurdy Clark Willow Lake. That's 3-8. Stanglin with the lead, and we have a training situation down here for an athlete on mat 4. So we'll continue just watching Olivia and Lobbins. Olivia trying that far arm, we'll call it the Pooh Bear. That's what we used to call it at South Dakota State. And Olivia's got a leg hooked up, and now she's got a cross face and trying to elevate that leg and try to get a turn. And there it is, 1, 2, 3, 4, and there's a 4-point near fall that she just earned with that leg elevation. If she can keep that leg trapped, I don't know if that can get a pin there or not, but perhaps. 40 seconds to go in the match. Olivia's got a lot of points of contact tied up on Lobbins there, so notice how she's reaching out with that left arm, trying to get even more leverage down there, and they're going to call that potentially dangerous there. Give her a 4-point near fall, and that'll move the match 10-5 now in favor of Olivia Anderson. So, all right, athlete that needed a trainer, now just fine, so that's good. And I believe that's Long from Washington and Field from Sioux Valley down here on mat 4. So, and Long from Sioux Falls, Washington, with a nice lead in that 7th and 8th place match. 7-0 plus back points. All right, on mat 3, we have Wordle and Nichols, Clark Willow Lake, and Wordle of Miller Highmore Herald. No, I take that back. Wrong. Van Eye of Huron's Skaviri from Millbank. And back here on mat 2, Bryant. No. And all right, Liza Kruger at 110. They are just announced her as a winner. Little injury time on the title match, so that'll begin anew here. And for that 3rd and 4th place match, Warzeka from Canton gets the win over Bryant from McCook Central Montrose. And now we're back to live action here. All right. 20 seconds to go, I think, 2nd period. And Olivia really working hard now. Boy, she's, it looked like she's found another gear out there. So still 10-5. And that will be, I take that back, that is the end of the 3rd period. So Olivia Anderson over Lobbins of Madison in a very nice match, 10-5. A couple of really nice competitors there. Over there on mat 2, that would be the 125-pound 3rd place match, Say and Heasley. Say of Huron, Heasley from Pierre wrestling. It looks like Heasley has a current lead. Back here on mat 3, Van Eye and Huron and Scavy, no score there. And on mat 4, 125, 7th and 8th, Larson and Stack. Larson Pierre and Stack from Lincoln. So title match at 125, Ebgen from Canton against Coughlin from Kingsbury County, and Ebgen with a quick takedown and release, so 3-1. Ebgen, of course, the returning state champ and undefeated season last year. Finley Ebgen, so a top competitor right here. One of the 8 state champs we had tonight at the Watertown Invite. So Evgen with another takedown, building a quick 6-1 lead. Over there on mat 2, Bendorf of Kingsbury County and Rhodey of Canton. Rhodey jumping out to a lead, 6-0. Mat 3 still at 125. No score. But they must be running the time clock from the wrist, because it is not currently working. And I guess they got it going now, so Scaveri able to get the pinfall, so she'll finish in 5th place today, getting the win over Van Nuys. And Finley Evgen continues to rock up some points over there in the title match at 125 with a 12-3 lead and backers to be awarded. So short time in this title match, oh, and she got the pin with 2 seconds to go in the match, or the period. So Finley Evgen gets the win and continues her winning ways over Coughlin from Kingsbury County. So mat 2 for 3rd and 4th place at 130. Bendorf of Kingsbury County and Rhodey of Canton. Rhodey still leads 6-0. 5th and 6th, Wordle and Nichols. Wordle in a position of advantage right now with a takedown and back points, and in a pinning combination as well, and she just was able to get that. So Wordle will get 5th place here. And over here at for 7th and 8th on mat 4, Larson and Pierce stacked. That's tied up right now. All right, and the title match at 130, Erickson and Colbreck. Erickson Brookings, Colbreck from Sioux Falls, Washington. So Washington in the dark jersey there. The Bobcat in the, we'll call it a white tan satin from our angle high above the Watertown Civic Arena. So no score on that title match at 130, but Rhodey continuing to score some points, although Peterson Roll for Bendorf is going to get 2-point reversal and back points. So it's late in the match. And 4 points, so that's going to move this match to 6-9. Rhodey still with the lead, but a quick rally by Bendorf of Kingsbury County to tighten this thing up. 5th and 6th place match down here in mat 3 at 135. Hobbs of Aberdeen, Legg of Canton. Hobbs ahead, early action, 3-0. And 6-7 down here. This is still on mat 4, 125. Stack with the 6 and Larson with the 7. So, and in our 130s championship bout, no score yet. So 16 seconds to go in that first period. So Rhodey able to throw on 3 more points. So now she's up 12-6 in this 3rd place match at 130. All right, they just announced Olivia Anderson as the champ at 120. Still down there on mat 4, 50 seconds to go in the match. Still 7-6 with Larson over Stack. And almost a takedown, but not awarded. So still 7-6. Anybody's match there in the title match at 130. Still no change. Colbrecht started on top. So, and there's a 3-point takedown for Larson to make it 6-10 now. And we got a little injury time. So, all right. Over there on the third place match, Bendorf able to get the pinfall over Rhodey in kind of a wild match. So Bendorf will take third place home tonight. Over here on mat 3, 5th and 6th, Yazzie of Roosevelt and Mock of Aberdeen. And the one at the buzzer here yet will go to Larson of Pierre. So good hard-fought match there. In our title match, Colbrecht picked up a point, and so she was able to get an escape. So now 25 seconds to go in the second period. Colbrecht up 1-0. Over here on mat 2, 135, Hinricher. Well, yeah, it says Hinricher Brookings and Wardell of Miller Highmore Herald. So I kind of got thrown for a second because the Brookings singlets look virtually like the Sioux Falls, Washington singlets. So, but all right. Both athletes on their feet for this third period. Neither has been able to get in on any real legit shots to, you know, turn the corner or mount a scoring attack. So, oh, in on a shot there. Is Erickson. And nothing ordered yet. Nothing awarded. Oh, stalemate, which is probably a good call there. So Erickson still down 1-0 here. Under a minute to go there. Title match, third period.
Please report to the southeast corner of the gymnasium.
Hinricher from Brookings and Wardle. Still 1-0. That's Wardle with the lead over there.
In sixth place, from Huron, Camila Bonai. In fifth place, from Milbank, Asa Scarillo. In fourth place, from Huron, Ruby Say. In third place, from Pierre, Amy Heasley. In second place, from Kingsbury County, Kate Coughlin. And your champion at 125 pounds, from Camp, Finley Even.
All right, Finley Even winning at 125, and throughout all that, Colbrecht was able to score a takedown, and that's going to get her a 4-1 win over Erickson of Brookings. So nice effort there from the Washington athlete. We'll do a quick spin around here. Wardell continues to lead 1-0 in that third and fourth place match at 135. Fifth and sixth place match, 145. Resler and Robinson. Resler of Aberdeen, Robinson from Marion Freeman. Marion Freeman athlete at 7-0, but now 7-3 with Resler to get that win. And over here on the seventh and eighth place match at 130, she, Huron, Hoffman from Aberdeen. Hoffman from Aberdeen with the lead 15-0, and kind of looking at a technical fall situation here. Miller from, and the title bout at 135, Miller of Clark Willow Lake is wrestling Nitzel, or Neidl of Ipswich Leola, so no score through that one. Oh, now 1-1 over there in the Hinricher Wardle match. 1 minute to go in that one for third and fourth place at 135. And on mat 3, Resler and Robinson. Resler from Aberdeen, who has a cradle on, and she also has a 10-0 lead to begin in that match. So all right. Niddle of Ipswich Leola up 7-0 in the title match at 135 over Miller of Clark Willow Lake. All right, Hinricher able to get the win for third place at 135, and all right, quick turn in that title match, but Niddle able to Ipswich Leola able to counter that and get a two-point reversal. She leads 9-0 in that title match at 135. All right. Mat 2 for third and fourth. King of Canton, Guthmiller of Sioux Valley. And it looks like Guthmiller right now has a 3-0 lead and a butcher on mat 2. Mat 3, Meyer and Hendricks. Meyer, Madison, Hendricks of Sioux Falls, Lincoln. And down here on mat 4 for at 140, Jonke of Miller Highmore Herald and A of Huron. No score yet, but there is a takedown right there. So Jonke will take the early lead there.
In second place for rookies, Tammy Erickson. And your champion at 130 pounds from Sioux Falls, Washington, Olivia Colbert.
Again, just announcing Olivia Colbreck at 130, getting that title of Sioux Falls, Washington. Maybe she took a math class from my niece, who teaches math at Sioux Falls, Washington High School. You'll get all kinds of info on this broadcast that you didn't even know you needed. So, all right, back to this championship match. It's 9-0. Still no change. Niddle continues leading, but Miller gets a escape and almost had another title, or a takedown, did Miller, but Niddle able to escape further scoring. Back over here on mat 2. Neitzel and Qualset. Neitzel of Aberdeen with an early 3-0 lead. Down here on mat 3, the 5th and 6th place mat at Meyer and Hendricks. Hendricks, I believe, has a 1-0 lead. Yes, 1-0 lead. And down here on mat 4, Jonke continues to lead over A, 7-0. Nice takedown by Niddle to get back on top, or to continue pressing the lead. 12-1 now ahead of Miller from Clark Willow Lake. Minute 15 to go in the match. So big time reversal over there on mat 2 with Qualseth now in a pinning position over Neitzel. So and Qualseth will get that pin for 3rd place. She will take 3rd at 1:45 tonight. Niddle still leads 12-1 in this title match at 1:35. Back over here, 2-0 for Alexis of Hendricks of Sioux Falls Lincoln over Meyer of Madison. And another takedown right there for Alexis, or Hendricks, so real nice effort there. And for 7th and 8th, on mat 4, Jonke able to get the win there. So over there on mat 2, 155, McCracken Canton and Lynn Paul Joan of Aberdeen Central for 3rd and 4th. We got a little blood time here on the title match. So just to reset that, Niddle of Ipswich Leola ahead 12-1 over Miller from Clark Willow Lake. Again, they're doing a rolling schedule, so things will just keep flying by. Lynn Paw Joan able to get a pinfall for that 3rd place over McCracken from Canton. And over here on mat 3, Meyer and Hendricks. Hendricks has a 5-1 lead over Meyer from Madison. However, the 3rd period right now, so we'll see if Meyer can tighten things up a little bit. Hendricks to her feet, and on mat 3, able to spin around and get that 2-point reversal. So now 7-1, Hendricks with the lead. Back to action here at the final match.
Watertown, please report to mat 2. Shanbeck from Watertown, report to mat 2.
Escape for Niddle, and so that'll make it 12-2. Miller continuing to press the issue. Just 30 seconds to go in this title match. Oh, Niddle with a big time headlock off the match. Or excuse me, Miller had a big time headlock off the match. That could have been dramatic, but no points, no takedown, both athletes on their feet. So under 15 seconds to go here. Niddle warned for stalling and now gives up a stalling penalty point. But it might be a little too late, because Niddle will leave, will win this one 12-3 over Miller from Clark Willow Lake. So the Ipswich Leola athlete getting the gold medal here tonight at the 135 division. So mat 2, 170, Schoenbeck is wrestling Larson from Canton, and Larson from Canton able to get the win. So she'll end up third. Nevaeh Schanbeck will be fourth here at the Watertown Invite today. So, all right, 140 championship match. Hilmer of Pierre versus Wallace of Aberdeen. So, all right, let's go down here to mat 4, Millbank athlete. Novi from Millbank, St. John from Pierre. 3-0, Novi with the lead. Hendricks is going to get that 5th place medal tonight over Meyer. So Hendricks from Lincoln getting that. And we've got some injury time here on mat 2 with athlete from Roosevelt, Penn, and Tossenson from Millbank. So, Himmler in the title match at 140, able to get that takedown against Wallace, and just under a minute to go, she'll take a 3-0 lead this first period. All right, mat 3. Torrance of Webster, Sherry of Huron.
Please get the top 6 place winners.
And no change on the title match here. Peer athlete Hilmer continues to lead the Aberdeen Central Golden Eagle Wallace 3-0. All right, we're going to continue here tonight, 8:36. Sophie Canadel getting that, I probably was pronouncing her name incorrectly all night long, but Sophie Canadel getting the gold medal here tonight. Himmler with a turn, and now she's able to bank up a 7-0 lead against Wallace, and they're going to go both up here. Again, the 140-pound invite, Watertown invite final. So, all right, back to action here on mat 2. That's Penn of Sioux Falls Roosevelt, Tossenson from Millbank. Penn with an early 3-0 lead, and down here on mat 3, Torrance of Webster, Sherry from Huron. All zeros, and on mat 4, St. John able to rally up and get a win over Novi of Millbank. So, some hand fighting. On that title match there. Hilmer trying to get a 2-on-1 and working some head position and whatnot. 1 minute to go here in this period. Back down here on mat 4. Lohr of Brookings, Tron of Ipswich, Leola, and Lohr getting that first period pin over Trans. Lohr taking home 7th place tonight. Takedown by Hilmer, and so that'll make it 10-0 and potentially dangerous on that arm bar, so that'll stop action. And back over here on mat 2, Penn up 4-0 and with a single leg up over Tossenson. We'll see if she can complete the move for some points. Again, Tossenson trying to play keep away and balance and maybe try to turn something into her own advantage. Again, no change on that mat too. There's Hilmer and potentially dangerous again. So
Can I have Raycheck from Watertown and Benning from Pier, please report to mat 4. Benning from Pier and Raycheck from Watertown to mat 4.
all right, Matt, Torrance and Sherry, Webster and Huron on mat 3. And Torrance with the current lead, 3-0. All right, our title match still 10-0, and we're gonna go both athletes on their feet again. Penn still leading 4-0 over there on mat 2. And over here on mat 3, looks like Torrance of Webster able to get the win. And that 5th place medal. All right, over here on mat 4, Arrow Brooke Raycheck and Benning of Pier. So we kind of got a mishmash of matches going on right now. Hilmer able to secure a takedown, now ahead 13-1 or 13-0. This is last period action of their championship bout at 140. Benning and Graycheck here on mat 4. No score. And ultimately Hilmer able to get a pinfall, so she will be the champion at 140 this year at the Watertown Invite. So congratulations to her. Penn able to get over there on mat 2 with a crossface butcher series and back points. And no signal yet, no score down here. Graycheck and Benning. And over here on mat 3, Larson of Sioux Falls Lincoln and Hofer of Aberdeen Lincoln or Aberdeen Central. And Larson gets an early 3-0 takedown. So all right, Lewis and Guthmiller, big time matchup here tonight at 155. A couple of very seasoned wrestlers, and we're going to see some action here. So Benning able to score a takedown against Graycheck, and Guthmiller able to get a spin around, snap down, takedown for an early 3-0 lead over Lewis from Pier. Mat 2, Pelly of Pier, Wallner of Canton.
Can I please have the top 6 place winners?
Wallner with an early 3-0 lead.
The southeast corner of the gym. Again, top 6 place finishers in the 140-pound weight class. Please report to the southeast corner of the gym.
Guthmiller having Lewis's legs tied up and trying to elevate and crossface to some back points. Referee just indicated everything straight up and down, no exposure, so no points awarded. Still 3-0. Guthmiller with that takedown.
Results in the 140-pound weight class. Finishing in 6th place.
Wallner with more back points. She'll get 2 more, so that'll take her lead to 5-0 over Pelly. Down here on mat 3, Larson and Hofer. Sioux Falls Lincoln wrestler with the lead 4-0 and got a 2-point or 3-point near fall or takedown, and now near fall points as well. So Lexi Hilmer again announced as the champion here tonight in her weight class. Graycheck still trails 3-0 over Benning, 3-0 behind Benning. There's with a little bit of Quick move up, and there's a clasp and a reversal. So that's going to tie this up just like that. 2-point reversal and the 1-point penalty for the casting of hands. So we got 3-3. Guthmiller continuing to lead in that championship bout at 155. Graycheck, short time, but she has a wrist and a bar arm and trying to whip it around and just unable to secure anything. And this one's going to go into the third period, tied 3-3. And we're going to do a little blood time here. Or injury time, one of the two. Looks like injury time, so we'll concentrate our efforts on this title bout. Still 3-0. Guthmiller ahead of Lewis. And Lewis is going to choose both up, and we're going to go second period here. Shot by Lewis, and scamper behind by Guthmiller, and that'll make this 6-0, and Guthmiller trying to secure that far arm and hook a leg. Guthmiller with the far side power half, and changed off to a, we'll call it an elbow wrist ride to try to get perhaps a tilt in there. Third period now here on mat 4. Graycheck on top to begin the period, but tied in score 3-3 with Benning from Pier. Guthmiller continuing to just load up that leg. That is so stretchy on, if you notice what she's doing with that, trapping that leg and trying to arc that over. If you've never had that done to you, it just totally stretches out the top of your quad. Is just screaming when that happens, and it's very difficult to get out of. But nevertheless, Lewis able to get out of it, and Guthmiller now with a armbar wrist combo, and she's trying to walk it over the top, and there'll be a potentially dangerous situation there. Meanwhile, Benning able to get a 2-point reversal. So less than a minute to go in that match now. 5-3 Benning. And referee Birschbach calling Benning for a stalling warning. So no points awarded for that, but gives you the chance to maybe earn some. Guthmiller Lewis still 6-0 Guthmiller, 25 seconds to go, and Brooke getting out. So now 4-5. 4-5, Graycheck still trailing, but 40 seconds to go. So we'll keep our eyes on that and both the, oh, beautiful shot by Graycheck. She's in tight. Can she finish it though? Benning fighting her off. Benning with a hard whizzer right there. Graycheck still in a bit of a position of advantage right here. But 22 seconds to go. Yep. Neither wrestler able to improve, so Birschbach with the stalemate, and 16 seconds to go here. Oh, 3-point takedown by Nevaeh. What a nice takedown. Geez, showed some burst and got slip takedown. Short time slip takedown. She's amped. She should be. Both really good athletes out there. Very tough weight class here tonight for them. 7-5, Nevaeh with the win. Or Graycheck with the win. Graycheck with the win. Forgive me, I got a little off on my Aero athletes. Back on that title match at 155, Guthmiller continues to lead. Added a 3-point. Added 3 more points, so up 9-0 right now. 1:21 to go in that title match. So Guthmiller with the release, and we'll see if Lewis can mount a rally there. Lewis with a shot, but Guthmiller able to roll around and spin around and get a. She was able to spin around and get a takedown, release, and Lewis going for a bit of a desperation move and countered masterfully by, or just how you're supposed to count it, by Guthmiller, and Guthmiller was able to get a pin near the boundary. So both really good athletes out there, giving their all, and they'll see a lot more of each other. It's only December, they'll see each other a lot more. So we are down to only, I take that back, yes, we are at only title bouts now. So this will be at 170. Nelson. Well, yeah. Geed, Kingsbury County, and Nelson of Aberdeen will be there on mat 1, and they just made an announcement that Conrad of Watertown and Long of Canton will wrestle on mat 4. So Allison's already out there, and Long is ready to go too. So great work on our camera crew.
Results in the 145-pound weight class. In 6th place, for Marion Freeman, Brooklyn Robinson. In 5th
Geed
place, from Aberdeen,
able to,
Resler.
right now we're just showing one mat there. We maxed her up to 3 again, so we'll be able to talk about each of these. Geed of Kingsbury gotten a 3-point takedown over Nelson from Aberdeen, and Conrad gets a 3-point takedown and an almost turn, but Long able to fight that off. Conrad with a armbar wrist, but unable to get the turn. Then she went with the far arm. Again, referred to as the Pooh Bear at South Dakota State Wrestling in the late 80s. Thankfully, I think that one got retired as a term for a move. That just doesn't sound real tough, does it? But Pooh stays in there. You just can't let him go. But back to real action. Geed with a turn. And short time, though, for time. She's down to 2-1. So there'll be some back points. 3 or 4 back points ordered to Geed. And so that'll make this 7-0. And Allison Conrad able to get the pinfall. So staying undefeated at home this year so far. Nice to see. And again, best of luck here. We'll see a lot more of her. And again, down at USF, a good place to be. So now we're continuing out there at 170. There'll be one more match after this one.
Please have the top 6 place finishers in the 155-pound weight class. Please report to the southeast corner of the gym.
All right, we're continuing on here. Geed and Nelson.
Results.
And Hawk and Sackrider, Brookings and Watertown. A couple of nice rivals going at each other.
Sioux Falls, Lincoln, Amelia Hendrickson. In 4th place, from Canton, Alyssa McCracken. In 3rd place, from Aberdeen, Lynn Faggio.
They're naming off the athletes here.
2nd place, from Pierre, Abigail Lewis. And your 155-pound champion, from Sioux Valley, Summer Guthmiller.
All right down here on the Eden Hawk and Sackrider. Sackrider went for a body lock, and Eden was able to counter that and able to get down to a for backers. On the other mat, real drama over there because Nelson, who was behind 7-0, has been able to get a takedown, headlock, and check out that. That is really serious. This match will be tied on mat 1. Hawk able to get the pinfall for the title, and So there's 4. Now this match at on mat 1. This thing is going overtime unless somebody can score a point. This is 7-7 with a, I take that back. It was 7-7, and then Geed's able to get a reversal there. So now at 9-7, Geed, 10 seconds to go in the match, and
Can I please have the top 6 place finishers in the 190-pound
it looks like Geed is going to end up getting her another Minnesota or Watertown Aero invite title. So she's going to win this one 9-7 in kind of dramatic fashion. So again, just showing you how wrestling, you can come and it is never over till it's over. And I take that back too. I've got too many matches going on here because there's still one more period left to go at this title match. So
results in the 190-pound weight class. In 6th place from Pierre, Bailey Taft. In 5th place from Rookies, Ashton Addison. In 4th place from Milbank, Kyra Tostenson. In 3rd place from Sioux Falls Roosevelt, William Penn. In 2nd place from Canton, Natalia Long. And your 190-pound champion from Watertown, Allison Conrad.
there they just made the announcement that Allison was the champ and getting their awards. No change in this last match of the night at 170. Geed continues to lead 9-7. A lot of time left though, a minute to go. Or a little better than a minute. So we'll see if somebody can, Geed got her off her base and almost a back point situation, but Nelson able to roll through, and Nelson's trying for a far side headlock, and Geed sagged back well, and no further points or action scored there. But all right, we got a warning green. So warning on Geed for stalling, or just unable to improve. But either way, we'll have a little sprint here to the finish. 36 seconds to go in this one. And Geed with a attempt at a turn, but Nelson able to roll through. And Nelson, Geed are in the recovery position, I'll call it. And now she's reaching for that far arm, doing the arm chop. Now again, going for that far arm. Short time now, 5 seconds to go in the match, and it looks like Geed will win her 2nd in a row Watertown Invite Championship. So again, just announcing the winners tonight in their weight class. So we could do just a quick review here tonight of the team scores. There is again, each team scores points, but not necessarily does every team have a complete 14-person roster. So you're going to score less if you don't have any entrants in those categories. But team scores just kind of wrapping up tonight. Canton able to win this, gets first place with 263.5. Pierre, 179. Aberdeen, 160.5. Hometown Arrows, 136.5, with a number of champions. Huron at 114. Huron at 114.5. Brookings at the Benjamin Franklin 100. Clark Willow Lake had a very nice showing of 93. It's good to see those athletes here. Madison coming up with 93 themselves, tied for 7th. Kingsbury County at 80. And Sioux Valley at 80 points. So again, the Arrows in the next little bit, they will head to the Rapid City Invite next week for an always tough tournament there. The battle for the paddle down there at Canton. And then the Floyd Ferrand will end the pre-2026 year. So, no, again, it was a great night of wrestling here. I didn't see anybody get injured. It's nobody needs that, and lots of good sportsmanship. And tournament ran well. Our camera crew, again, top notch as always. And I thank you very much. Tune into Aero TV. I think our next broadcast might be, at least for wrestling, it is, yes, January 29th. That'll be a triangular duel, girls and boys at the same time. And the basketball doubleheader, December 16th. So we'll be looking forward to that. Thanks so much for tuning in. We're going to call it a night from here. So right at 9 o'clock tonight. So only 5 hours of wrestling. Keep supporting your local athletes. And I'll leave you with this. You know, we've all maybe been lost or been beaten at a few things, but never be defeated, all right? Just keep getting back up again. That's the backup plan that we have. So thanks a lot for listening. Good night and Merry Christmas from Aero TV.